Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
Hey, my name is King, or as some of you might know me better, Israel. I've gotten around, but hopefully you recognize me from my own channel, King Tannic. There's a new show coming to the Burnettwork that I think is pretty exciting. Welcome to the Otaku Experience, hosted by yours truly. There is going to be a weekly series where we dive into the news and the world of anime, manga, and whatever the heck else Japan has to offer us. The show will be pre-recorded and premiere on Thursdays at 2 p.m. Pacific Time or 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Burnettwork YouTube channel.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
This episode of Robservations is sponsored by The John Campea Show. You can find The John Campea Show on YouTube or find the audio version wherever you get your podcasts. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, your sommelier of sci-fi and cinema, your evangelist of the imagination, and of course, as John Campea once said, your existential Mr. Rogers. That's right. Me, Robert Meyer Burnett. Welcome to this Robservations episode number 842. And I am robcasting from the Robservatory at you imagination connoisseurs, you members of this, the Post-Geek singularity community. You might be asking yourself, Rob, it's Friday night. Why aren't you doing Midnight Musings with Lael Rockwell, the 1/6 scale man, and she of positive fandom? A good question. But you know what the answer to that is? It's simple. They're an old Blighty. They're an old London town for the Star Wars celebration. Europe. They were there. They were at Ground Zero today. Announcements. A terrible death to die. A terrible death to die. A terrible death to be talked to death. A terrible death to die. Announcements. That's what we used to sing at summer camp. There were a lot of announcements today, kids. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies. There was a lot to talk about. And you know, to be honest, did I want to talk about these things? I don't know. First of all, let me just get the elephant in the room, not my hair. Let's talk about Manifest. I know, right? You're going, what? What are you talking about? I'm talking about Mana-fucking-fest. Ladies and gentlemen. Did I just get demonetized because I said fucking within 30 seconds? Manifest, the final half of season 4. The end of Manifest has been announced. Oh my God, Lynette Rice Deadline says Netflix is ready to reveal when part 2 of Manifest's 4th season will come in for a landing. The next batch of episodes are dropping Friday, June 2nd. Here's the itinerary for part 2 of the drama from Jeff Rake, the creator of the show. In the aftermath of Angelina unleashing a devastating volcanic fissure, the passengers face severe scrutiny in a world fueled by the 828er hate, no longer free to solve their own callings without constant supervision by the unscrupulous 828 registry. A mysterious accident delivers ominous warnings on a biblical scale that will further jeopardize the livelihood of all the passengers. As Michaela grieves for the loss of her beloved husband Zeke, she must team up with her old flame Jared to find new methods to investigate callings. Meanwhile, Ben and Sanvi attempt to collaborate with the registry authorities, which only leads to dire results for the passengers. Miraculously, a mythological event reactivates Cal's sapphire-laden dragon scar, offering a glimmer of hope for the 828ers to survive the rapidly approaching death date. But Angelina's nefarious sapphire powers will continue to wreak havoc, leading to a struggle between good and evil down to the very last day in this most terrifying, suspenseful, and joyous chapter of the Manifest story. Okay. Okay. So many of you know that I have a love of the show Manifest. And I think reading that description of what the end of season 4 is going to be pretty much, and by the way, I had not read that until just now. I read it live for the very first time. Manifest is a show I call an impossible premise show, meaning that somebody came up with this like really cool idea for a pilot, kind of like the Lost pilot. And admittedly, you know, as much as I slag on off on J.J. Abrams, I will say that the Lost pilot is one of the great TV pilots of the 21st century. It really is. But an impossible premise show in my mind, is a show that has a great idea for a pilot, but the writers, the people that pitch it, really don't have any idea where it's possibly going to go. They figure, hey, if we sell this and we get to make it, we'll figure it out. They never figure it out. And the first example of this, I would say, was the X-Files, and I love the X-Files, but it was apparent pretty much with the first X-Files movie that came after between the 5th and 6th seasons, that the creators of the X-Files really didn't know what was going on. When they created it, I understand Chris Carter, God bless you. It had its roots in 70s conspiracy thriller films, The Parallax View, 3 Days of the Condor, Marathon Man, All the President's Men, and then that was bolstered by Oliver Stone's tour de force JFK in the 90s. That's kind of where that's kind of where the X-Files came from. But the thing about the X-Files was, as it went along, they kept adding to this mythology. You had the mythology episodes and the Monster of the Week episodes, but they never figured out their mythology, which was maddening, because you're watching a show and you figure the people that are making it know exactly what's going on. They don't. Impossible premise shows are shows, and for those of you who have never watched Manifest, here's what happened in the pilot. So a bunch of people were coming back from the Caribbean on an airplane from vacation. You know, a bunch of characters. Some of those characters allowed their next of kin or their other family members to go on a flight ahead of theirs. So they went on this flight and they flew from the Caribbean back to New York. When the plane landed in New York, somehow it had gone through a rift, a tear, whatever, in the space-time continuum. And the airplane landed 5 years later. So you get in a plane, you think you're going to be home in a few hours, boom, you've landed 5 years later. Your loved ones have moved on, people have their marriages. Everyone who was on that plane, your main characters, we like them because it's from their point of view. But then they suddenly, their friends, their family, their loved ones, their spouses, some of their spouses have moved on. And why did this happen? How did this happen? That is enough for an interesting premise, an interesting mystery to be solved. Oh, but not for Manifest. So somehow, the people on this plane, the 828ers, the people on this plane, they suddenly had what are called callings, where they had these visions, and the visions compelled them to help people that they don't know. some people might have tried to kill themselves, or they were going to be in a car accident. So if you went through this time rift, then suddenly you were getting messages from wherever, and you had to go help people that you don't know not die, essentially. So that's the plot of the show. And then you have government agents wondering, where did they go? How did this time rift happen? And then it just got more ridiculous from there. And the thing that I loved about this show, and the reason I love Manifest, the cast is uniformly excellent. The writing is such glorious gobbledygook. And every time I think about Manifest, I think about Philip Seymour Hoffman as Lester Bangs in Almost Famous. Jethro Tull, amen. And he talks about glorious gobbledygook. Manifest is glorious gobbledygook. They just keep doubling down. There's ancient prophecies and secret government agencies and more people who travel through time. Like one guy walked into a cave in the mountains and walked out a year later. What does that have to do with the airplane and that space-time rift? Don't know. I don't think the writers know either. But they just piled more gobbledygook upon more gobbledygook upon more gobbledygook. And I was watching this going, this is not good, but I love it. I love it. And, Manifest got canceled. I asked Jeff Rake, I contacted him on Twitter how he was going to come on the show, but then the hashtag Save Manifest came out and Netflix saved it. And not only did they save it, they made a 20-episode fourth and final season split into two. I mean, this show, give it up. This cast, my God, I can't even imagine what the table reads are like. A table read, or what they call a page turn. So when you're making a movie, you sit down with all the department heads, and for a page turn is for movies, but I guess a table read, you have a table read for a movie too, but a table read is when everybody comes, the cast, like for an animated show like The Simpsons, the table read of a script is the cast sits around a table, the rest of the crew kind of is around them, and they go through the script and they read it aloud. But for a movie, a page turn, what you do is all the department heads are there, and the director is there, and you turn page after page, and everybody talks about the logistics of everything, and the department heads want to know what the director thinks so they can start gathering their crew together and say, okay, we're going to make this, we're going to do this. I would pay good money to listen to a table read for a Manifest season 3 or 4 script, just to see the actors try very hard to keep a straight face, because this show it's not quite Riverdale. See, here's the thing. Riverdale is just stupid and ridiculous, but Manifest, the cast, they make you believe, man. You're behind them. You're watching it going, man, oh man, oh man. How do you keep us? How can you perform these just emotionally gripping scenes when you are saying the most ridiculous lines? You're talking about a death day. You're talking about prophecies. Gobbledygook. Glorious, glorious gobbledygook. God bless Manifest. Whenever you think to yourself that life's too hard, or, maybe it's just not worth it, I would implore all of you to sit down and watch Manifest and think to yourself that somebody not only sold this to a network, was able to keep it on for 3 years, but people were so passionate about this gobbledygook that Netflix came along and saved it and gave it its biggest season ever. There are miracles, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, not just because he is risen. There are miracles for everybody. This Easter weekend, go to church by all means. Take stock in your life. If you walk with the Lord, John 3:16, God bless you all. But also, think about the fact that Manifest was granted a reprieve and got a 4th season, and you think to yourself that all is right with the world. That's all I had to say about that. Check on in. So, An Impossible Premise is a TV show that they can never solve. They don't have the answer to. We know it. We go along for the ride. They just pile stuff on it till the bullshit is so high that there's so much bullshit that they just dazzle you with how they dance around it. And for whatever reason, you just suck it all up. But at the end of the show, you're like, that was unsatisfying, because there's no possible way they can end this, because none of it makes any sense. And you're waiting for the time when maybe a revelation will come, and you will be, man, that was awesome. It will never come. It will never come, but Manifest is a show that is so gloriously ridiculous, and they have piled so much bullshit. You have to respect the writing staff. You have to respect the cast and crew. You have to respect those actors, man, because God bless them all. Happy Easter. Manifest was a show that was resurrected. Let's give it up for Manifest, ladies and gentlemen. And if you haven't watched it, by God, what are you waiting for? Go to Netflix now. Telling you. Tell him Bobby B sent you. MC, Bobby B. You know, I was remixing. The breakdown is Manifest. It's just, I can't. It's not quite Tiesto. I don't even know what I'm saying. I haven't even had a drink yet. I was drinking Diet Coke. My God. I'm amped. I'm pumped. But now, let's get to the topic at hand. Lael Rockwell, 1/6 Scale Man. My brother, you are not here. You're an old blighty. Positive fandom, you are not here. Or maybe you're watching. Maybe you're here in spirit if you want to come on the show. By the way, I'm down for some randos. You guys want to come on the show tonight? I don't usually do that on Robservations, but why not? We can. But of course, there was a lot of announcements made, and all day long, people are like, Rob, are you going to talk about the Star Wars announcements? I'm like, do I have to? I guess I do. You know, I'd be remiss if I didn't. First of all, let me just say, I did enjoy the Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny trailer, but I will say this. You know, I've even gone back and forth a few times with James Mangold on Twitter. The trailer looks fine, but I'll tell you something. The look of the movie, I don't believe it. I don't believe the way it's lit. I don't believe the ticker tape sequence. The ticker tape sequence does not look real to me. And one of the things I always loved, I mean, to me, the Indiana Jones movies were exemplified by the opening scene. The opening scene, if you remember, it's almost of Raiders. Paramount mountain comes on, gives way to the other mountain. You're in the jungle, South America, 1936. Excuse me. And you see an almost silhouette as Cepito and Indiana Jones and the other guy that's there with. And there's that great kind of mysterious that John Williams piece of music, which is awesome, you know. And then they're looking at the map. They're trying to find their way where they're going, and then of course when they're there, one guy pulls a gun. You hear the cocking of the gun. Then you hear the whoosh, the first time Indiana Jones uses his bullwhip. The gun goes out of the guy's hand, and Indiana Jones steps into the light, revealing Harrison Ford for the first time, looking like the ultimate badass he is. Now, one of the great things about that opening scene, what I've always loved about that, is the way it looks. I mean, you're in a real jungle. I think they're in Hawaii, but you're in a real jungle. There's light coming through the canopy of the trees. It's a real place, you know, and the lighting looks, I mean, it's stylized in that there's not like keys or fills. You're seeing it in silhouette by design, and it looks great, but it feels real. And then, of course, you go into the temple, and even though we all know the temple is a set, and it's probably a lot lighter than it would be in real life, but it's got that sort of Lucasfilm Spielberg set feel from the early 80s. You know, you love it. It's the Goonies kind of had that when they find the pirate ship. It's that whole, so you go from the outside into, and throughout the movie, that's the same thing that happens. I mean, the Well of the Souls is a set, but it's bracketed by the fact that you're in a dig in Africa, you know, and that they're outside, they're in the desert. So it's a real desert. You know, it's a real desert. But then when they finally go into a real set, because it's bracketed by reality and the lighting feels very real, the scene with the Nazi, the flying wing, the truck chase through the desert when Indy's trying to get the Ark, all of that was shot outside. It feels real. Now, while I am excited for Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, I'm sure a lot of what we've heard reported by various outlets is probably true. We all probably, those of us who are on YouTube and pay attention to Reddit threads and Substacks and things like that, probably are very aware of what the plot is. I have no problem with the plot. Sounds good to me. It'll be interesting. It really depends on the execution. I'm a huge James Mangold fan. James Mangold told me something interesting. He says, you know, he shoots with anamorphic prime lenses, but he only sometimes might shoot an entire movie with one or two focal lengths. I thought that was very interesting. Luca the guy who made Tell Me Your Name in Suspiria, Luca Guadagnino. I never know his last name. I'm sorry. By the way, I want to point out, on the last episode of Robservations, I made a mistake. I was talking about blaxploitation movies, and I was talking about Slaughter, Jim Brown and Slaughter, and I mistook. I was mixing up Shaft in Africa and Shaft's Big Score with the Slaughter films. And somebody pointed out there was only one Slaughter movie, and Slaughter never went to Africa. That is true. My mistake. Sorry about that. I mean, when you're talking live with all the stuff that's in my brain, it's sometimes I short out. But so anyway, I love the look of Raiders, Temple of Doom, and Last Crusade, the way they would bracket sets with real locations. Well, when you're doing a 69 period piece, you can't throw a ticker tape parade in New York City. That would be very difficult to do. But I have to say that all that stuff, at least in the trailer, I look at it and none of it feels real. It's all effects now. And I think that's really hampering modern fantasy, modern genre cinema, science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Raiders work because when you have real locations, then you can go onto a set and you can light it like a set, like being in the Well of Souls and having that great ILM shot when the light, the headpiece of the staff are raw, the sun comes down, explodes. You can do that stylized shot because you've earned the verisimilitude before you get into the set. My only concern about Indiana Jones is that so much of it, at least in the trailer, it looks animated. It looks CG backgrounds, and it doesn't feel like a Raiders movie. Now I might feel differently when I see the film. Trailer looks good. I don't know why they changed the Indiana Jones logo. I hate when they do stuff like that. Why do they do that? You know what they've never changed? The 007 logo. Haven't changed it. It's looked exactly the same since back in the day. 50 plus years, still the same. And I don't like where's the two-tone indie logo that we've seen? That actually was introduced. They didn't have that Indiana Jones logo on Raiders because it was not called Indiana Jones. It was called Raiders of the Lost Ark. It wasn't until Temple of Doom that they introduced the Indiana Jones logo. And I want that logo. I don't know why they changed the logo. I get it. It's Disney now and all that. And by the way, they're not going to have the fucking Paramount Mountain on the front of that movie. I mean, maybe they'll have a castle, like they'll have the Disney castle, and the castle will turn into like a Nazi castle with flags, and they raid it at the beginning. That would be awesome. So that's cool. But let's get to the main event, people. Let's get to the main event. Let's talk about what's going on with Star Wars. Now, I won't get into it, but I saw Star Wars opening weekend when it originally came out in 1977. For those of you, to recap, my dad took my friend Gardner Morelli, that's right, Gardner Morelli, and myself to see Star Wars. I remember it. Sometimes I remember it as being Friday or Saturday. Either way, it was a couple days before Sunday when I actually saw Star Wars, right after it opened on Wednesday. UA 150, 6th and Blanchard in downtown Seattle. It's no longer there. One of the greatest movie theaters I've ever been in. So I'd never seen lines for a movie before, all the way around the block. And my dad took us down there. We weren't going to get in. So rather than watch my emotional meltdown in the fact that I wanted to see this movie so bad, because I was 10 years old, I was already a Star Trek fan, an Outer Limits fan, War of the Worlds and Planet of the Apes were my favorite movies. This movie I thought was my movie and nobody else was going to go. It was beyond my understanding that people were lined up around the block for this movie. And it was a big, long block. I mean, thousands. It was a long block. So I didn't get in. So my father, and I thought at the time this wasn't so bad, my father took Gardner and I to see a double bill of The Car and Race with the Devil, which was fucking awesome. But the next day, my next door, my neighbors across the street, the Chambers, Mr. and Mrs. Chambers, Pete, my friend Pete, who was a grade below me, and his little sister Emily, we all went and saw Star Wars back down to the theater, and I said, look, we got to get there early. We got there like 3 hours early. We're still pretty far in line. Anyway, Star Wars changed my life. It changed my life. Everything about it. And the thing that people forget, and I keep saying this, no one had ever seen anything remotely similar to Star Wars in a movie theater before. It was that, and it was everywhere. It was in all of pop culture. You'd read I had a paper out, so I'd read the op-ed section of the newspaper every day. There was political cartoons with Darth Vader. It was huge. Star Wars, it exploded across culture like a neutron bomb. I mean, everybody was affected. It wouldn't have blown up any buildings, but all of us were irradiated with Star Wars. It was incredible. It was truly an amazing time. Empire Strikes Back came out and plussed Star Wars. I saw it 26 times in the theater. Empire Strikes Back might be the most eagerly awaited movie of my entire life. As famously I've said, Jedi, most disappointing film I've ever seen. I know. People, what? Well, after watching Star Wars and Empire, there was a trajectory of seriousness, and I didn't get what I wanted from Jedi, although I liked the beginning and the end. I love the swashbuckling rescue of Han Solo, and certainly I love the battle at the end of the movie over the moon of Endor and on the moon of Endor and in the Death Star. And that was the scene between Luke, Emperor, and Vader might be the most quintessentially iconic Star Wars scene of all time. So I love that. I thought the rest of the movie was disposable. I wanted Lawrence of Arabia. I wanted Apocalypse Now. I wanted something huge. And I didn't want a retread of the original Star Wars, because if you've blown up one Death Star, of course you can blow up another one. So that was not a threat to me. I would rather have gone to Coruscant in that movie, and they literally had to attack a city, a planet that is covered by an entire city. That would have been more interesting to me. But I get it. It's fine. So anyway, today, I've always loved Star Wars. I collected every single one of the original Kenner figures. I know I sold them all. I was kind of silly, but still, I've got many, many much more expensive Hot Toys figures here. I have a 1/6 scale Jazz Inc. land speeder. I got a Millennium Falcon cockpit right over there. I still love Star Wars. But lately, Star Wars doesn't love me. I loved Andor. To me, Andor was a great, the seriousness of it, and I really enjoyed the whole, what it was about. I liked Rogue One quite a bit. The prequel movies, to me, I think have a great story that is almost nigh unwatchable. There's a lot of stuff in those movies I enjoy. I love sequences, but it feels like they're not populated by real people. And one of the things I think the big mistake that was made later on in Star Wars is that, and I was talking about this earlier today, Star Wars is about a farm boy and a truck driver. Luke and Han, a farmer and a truck driver, middle American people that live in the agricultural area, or think about Han Solo as Burt Reynolds, as Smokey from Smokey and the Bandit. Same thing. His 18-wheeler is Holland Moonshine across the border of states, whatever. So both of them are the everyman, even though Han Solo is really cool, but they're the everyman, and Kenobi is veteran of foreign wars. He's the grizzled World War II vet that keeps to himself, but he's essentially a normal dude. He was a Jedi, but after that, everybody in Star Wars is exceptional. Then we get the prequel trilogy. It's all Jedis and royalty and this, that, and the other thing. There's no everyman left. And with all the animated shows and Din Djarin now and Rebels and everybody's some kind of an exceptional, scrappy, which is fine. But the core of that was that Star Wars was about all of us. All of us at one time were watching those twin setting suns of Tatooine, or the single setting sun, our sun, Sol, going down over the horizon, wondering, boy, isn't there more to life than this? So everybody understood it, and which was great. And that's why Star Wars works. It was a great space fantasy, but it was also an adolescent fantasy of growing up and becoming a hero. But I love Star Wars. I have been, quite frankly, shocked at how lackluster Star Wars has become. The Mandalorian is kind of a fun show, but it's never been exactly deep. And you know what? When people say, well, Rob, Star Wars wasn't deep, but in a way, it was very classical in its hero's journey structure. A lot has been made of the Joseph Campbell idea behind it all, but it's still, and Empire had a lot to say. And Empire does things like you have friends, old friends betraying you. You make a deal with the devil. You have to confront your inner turmoil. There's a lot going on in those movies, so they're not as simple. It's not just a fairy tale. And that's why people connect with them so much. And that's why, I mean, Star Wars and Empire are truly great, some of the greatest movies ever made, I would say. I think that lately, between things like, I mean, I'm not going to get into arguing. I think we all know, even the people that like this stuff, and I want to like it. I go into Star Wars, I want to like everything. I watched Kenobi, and I wanted to see a Kurosawa-esque story of a masterless samurai who had been disgraced, his order had been destroyed, and instead I got, Kid Princess Leia and a bunch of goofiness. Snow speeders floating in front of somebody fighting with a lightsaber. It was very odd. The whole thing was odd, and I wonder why that is. I don't quite understand. I watched Andor, and I'm like, oh, that feels like Star Wars. It doesn't have the pulp science fiction fun. It's totally serious, but it answers a really interesting question, which is how does an empire rise, and where did the rebellion come from? And I thought that was a really interesting question, and it was a serious, adult-minded show. Some people thought it was too serious, too slow, but I'll tell you what it wasn't. It wasn't stupid, and it wasn't like goofy. And when you watched it, I felt that it plussed the Star Wars universe the same way that Empire did when I saw that back in 1980, 26 times. So now, let's recap for those of you who've been living under a rock today. Over in Old Blighty, at Star Wars Celebration, they announced a bunch of stuff, and they showed the Ahsoka trailer. And I'm not gonna lie, banger. I watched Ahsoka. I'm like, that shit looks dope. But you know what? So did Book of Boba Fett. So did Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's the tone and the presentation. But Ahsoka looked good. I thought Ahsoka looked good. I'm like, I'm in. I'll watch that. It looks good. Of course, what Star Wars is turning into is it went from George Lucas's Star Wars to clearly Dave Filoni's Star Wars, building on the Clone Wars, building on Rebels, building on all that stuff, which is fine. But again, that is a particular flavor of Star Wars that is, again, very concerned with the Star Wars universe and the creation of new characters that George Lucas did not create. Dave Filoni and his writers created a lot of them. They built off the Clone Wars, but, you're not seeing many of those characters. And it's interesting, Grand Admiral Thrawn, created by Timothy Zahn, of course, in the early 90s, in the Heir to the Empire trilogy. I mean, I'll tell you something. I've never understood why, in animation, they leaned into the Thrawn trilogy. I mean, Thrawn's a different character than he was in the Heir to the Empire books, but if you read the Dark Horse Dark Empire comic series and Heir to the Empire that kind of came out at the same time, well, there's your post-Return of the Jedi movies. Right there. And when those stories exist, it's annoying when I have to watch swill like The Force Awakens and everyone's like, oh, it's so good. It's really not. I'm sorry. R2-D2 under a tarp. You never get our characters back together in the same scene to do something. Han Solo falls off a bridge after walking up to his son, who he knows is probably going to kill him. The Force Awakens, it's fine if you like it. It made $2 billion. What do I know? It's not a good movie. But it did introduce us to our favorite Mary Sue, Rey Skywalker now, whatever. But here's the thing. I think Daisy Ridley is a pretty great actress. I really like the character of Rey. And across 3 movies, I think she's terribly written. We're supposed to believe she went through the same kind of journey that Luke did, becoming a Jedi. Well, the thing is, according to all this, Rey she was a Palpatine, whatever, I don't care. But that said, she deserved better. Certainly John Boyega deserved better. Most of the cast deserved better because those 3 movies are kind of a shit show. And they're not real focused. They're not that well done, but they just weren't well conceived. You'd think, like, after Lord of the Rings, I know those are based on 3 beloved books, but hey, if you buy a franchise for $4 billion and that franchise is so valuable because of 2 previous trilogies, you would think, if you're going to take the franchise over, that you would have meticulously planned your 3 films. there's a case to be made that they probably did. They had to make some changes, especially after Carrie Fisher died. Obviously, on this channel, I was one of the very first people to report on the Duel of the Fates script. I would dare say I was the first person to report on the Duel of the Fates script. I can say that because of where I got it from. But anyway, they could have done a better job. Don't want to get into the hows and whys of it. But now, look, the Ahsoka show looks great. Hopefully it's great. And just so everyone knows, I always go into everything, hope springs eternal. I want everything to be good. I don't like living in a world where I watch things that are disappointing to me, especially when there's a lot of great stuff. I always say that we are in a world of wonders. When you get to see things like a Last of Us adaptation or a Game of Thrones prequel like House of the Dragon that's so good. Hell, even shows right now I've talked about like the Rabbit Hole I'm enjoying, 3 episodes. Succession, still, the 4th season is fantastic. You know, the Night Agent, really enjoyed that. There's a lot of great stuff to be. Russian Doll season 2. There's a lot of great stuff that's coming out. Top Gun Maverick, Everything Everywhere All at Once, Creed 3, a franchise film that I loved. What a banger of a series that has been. You know, there's a lot of great stuff. What we want though is, and I think this week's episode of Mandalorian, I mean, some people might like it. I was not one of those people, but I look at that and I'm like, this whole season, I have to ask myself, what is this about? What is the Mandalorian about this season? I thought pretty straightforward. Let's get the groups of Mandalorians together and recapture Mandalore and restore ourselves to our former glory. That's been a little meandering, if that's what the story's supposed to be. And we got 2 more episodes left. I think ultimately Mandalorian season 3, like Ben Kenobi, like the Kenobi series, like Book of Boba Fett. This is not good Star Wars. And it's not that it's not good. It's really not good. So anyway, let's get to this article. Daisy Ridley returning as Rey in a Star Wars movie from Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy and Stephen Knight. What's interesting about Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy is she really hasn't directed a feature film. She's done a lot of shorts, an animated movie, a lot of documentaries. And I mean, Stephen Knight wrote the great Peaky Blinders, which I loved, all about that. Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy is directing a Star Wars movie. Never made a feature like this, certainly not an effects-laden one. Not like this requires. And it's weird. Daisy Ridley is set to reprise her role as Rey in the upcoming Star Wars movie directed by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, while Dave Filoni and James Mangold will helm other films in the franchise. The news was revealed Friday. By the way, I forgot to say, this is Max Goldbart, and this is in Deadline. The news was revealed Friday morning at the Star Wars Celebration in London, which saw a guest appearance from Ridley. Her movie from Obaid-Chinoy, penned by Peaky Blinders creator Stephen Knight, will be set after the events of her previous movie in the franchise, Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, as she builds a new Jedi Order. Damon Lindelof and Justin Britt Gibson were previously attached to the project, and they left pretty quickly after being announced that they were on it. Meanwhile, Dave Filoni and James Mangold will helm the other 2 new movies in the franchise, one of which will be centered on the Dawn of the Jedi and the other on the New Republic. The Star Wars Celebration saw appearances from the likes of Jude Law and Rosario Dawson, the stars of the upcoming The Mandalorian spin-off Skeleton Crew and Ahsoka, respectively. Ahsoka, which unveiled a new trailer, will be released in August 2023 as the next Disney Plus franchise. So there you go. Obviously, you've all heard it. You've seen 100 different YouTubers talk about it. And everyone's like, Rob, what do you think? And I'm like, okay. For those of you who have watched me for a while on this show, and I've been doing, this is the 842nd episode of Robservations. That's a lot of shows to do. One of the things that I've been talking about, I talked about it here. I talked about it on Collider Heroes. I've talked about this on the John Campea show, is the Burnett axiom for franchises, which is never put your universe before your characters and your story. And I feel that many of the franchises, Star Trek and Star Wars, are I think most guilty about it. Is they feel that they can just add. See, the thing about Star Wars is it was as a classical hero's journey story. You've got Dave Filoni, who's going to wrap up all the New Republic era stories, Ahsoka, Mandalorian, all that. And Dave Filoni, I mean, God bless him. He's been a creator of these animated shows. He's directed a few episodes of Mandalorian. He's never made a feature film. And frankly, his Mandalorian episodes are not the most, let's not call them the most deftly directed of the show, of the series. I think his episodes, from a directorial standpoint, aren't up to snuff compared to some of the others. But that's okay. I get the fact that he knows these characters. He's mostly leaning into the Filoni-verse, the same way that there's the Snyder-verse in DC. There is definitely a Filoni-verse in Star Wars, and he has carved that out for himself, and that's what we're getting. We're getting the Filoni-verse. Look, I hope it's good. I watch every Star Wars show, and I want it to be good. I think the writing on Mandalorian, frankly, the Mandalorian by design has been a very simplistic show, but I think the writing in the third season has really fallen off a cliff. Don't understand why, but I feel it really has. And it kind of bums me out. But okay, he's going to make a movie of all this stuff. But again, and then we've got James Mangold, who I love James Mangold as a filmmaker. He was announced all the way back in 2018 as being involved with a Boba Fett movie. He was developing a Boba Fett movie, for those of you who remember that, which I would have loved to see that. I'm a big James Mangold fan all the way back to Copland, movies he made like Identity. I'm a Mangold fan. I really am. Logan, of course, I thought was great. I love Ford v. Ferrari. I'm really hoping, obviously, Lucasfilm has a lot of confidence in him because of Indiana Jones. And I've heard nothing but good things about Indiana Jones from within the industry. So I'm hoping Dial of Destiny dials it up to 11, if you know what I'm saying. So, of this new Star Wars movies, Mangold doing the story of the birth of the Jedi. That's something really interesting to me, because that's the story of one person, one individual, discovering a new religion. That's a personal story. And that isn't necessarily, I mean, it informs the universe, but I can see that as being a really interesting, what if you were a disaffected, you didn't believe in anything, and then you become the prophet that brings the stone tablets down from Mount Ararat, whatever, and bring the 10 Commandments to the people. Mount Hera. Look, man, there's a lot of stuff in this head. What do you want me to say? So that's interesting to me. Someone has heard the word and brings the word of the Force to the people. That, I think, could be a great movie, even if there's no lightsabers in it, because why would there be? Unless that's what happens at the end of the film. The first lightsaber's built. I could see that being a much more personal film, but no, it'll be a Star Wars movie. So Dave Filoni's movie, fine. But then this movie with this woman, who's directing this film about Rey starting the Jedi Order. Look, I think all those actors, what I would rather see is a story about Finn and his redemption. We never hear you introduce the idea of a man who has been conscripted into the Imperial Army and becomes a stormtrooper and never wanted to be a stormtrooper and defects. That was such a great story. They did nothing with Finn. They threw that away. The interesting relationship. John Boyega deserves an apology. And I would love it. Or maybe he's going to come back in this movie. I don't know. But he certainly needs an arc. And I'll tell you something. The first person that I would hire to be in that movie would be Finn. He would be the general of the Jedi. I hope they do that. I hope they bring him back and they give him the character arc that he had robbed, that he had taken away from him. But the real question that I have about all of this kind of is why? Why are they leaning into, let's just look at the sequel trilogy, which I think everybody would agree is not really that successful. And I would dare say Rise of Skywalker is one of the worst science fiction films ever made. It's a terrible film that betrays everything that came before it. And if you go from Force Awakens to Rise of Skywalker, that is a fall of $1 billion of box office gross. I don't think any director in the history of motion pictures made a movie that grossed $2 million and then made the third movie in that particular franchise. I know it's a sub-franchise of Star Wars, but his second movie in that franchise grossed $1 billion less. And sure, it's not fair to just blame J.J. Abrams, because Rise of Skywalker made, I mean, let's face it, The Last Jedi only made 1.3 million. So there was a $700 million dip from Force Awakens. And there's, look, when Star Wars came back, it was a novelty. It's an anomaly that it made so much money. But the real question is, why make these kinds of movies? Why do you have to bring Rey back? And while I don't think Daisy really got her due, I just wonder, does anybody care? I think what you have to do is re-energize Star Wars. If I was in charge of the Star Wars franchise, I would go back to square one. You can do anything you want. You know, why lean into, I know they're going to, whatever that Daisy Ridley movie is going to be, I'm sure it's going to be episode 10. You know, it's going to be the beginning of a new trilogy that carries on the Skywalker tradition. The problem is, I don't feel that Star Wars fans are really clamoring for Daisy Ridley to come back and play that character. Now, look, the movie could be great. I don't know enough. Maybe this director, there's a reason. I mean, she directed a couple episodes or an episode of Miss Marvel. I really don't understand what's going on over at Disney. It doesn't seem like they're hiring. Like, I would have gone to all the filmmakers in Hollywood and I would have said, okay, guys, we're opening it up. We're taking pitches. We want to hear unique, original Star Wars ideas from the greatest filmmakers in the world. We'll give you carte blanche to go make what you want to make. And if you trust those filmmakers, and I understand there's a lot of reason why Disney shouldn't. Lord Miller kind of screwed the pooch with Solo, although I would really like to see what they would have done. They're very talented filmmakers in their own right. But anyway, I wonder, again, I have to ask myself, why are they making these movies? How come Dave Filoni is not directing a wrap-up to all the Disney Plus shows on Disney Plus? Why don't they do a huge event, like a 10-part event that he directs? Why do a feature film? He's never made a feature film. And, I mean, basically, yeah, you've a first-time director who's done some TV episodes and produced animation, but directing a movie is a different animal entirely. And then this woman, and I'm not to take anything away from her, but her credits aren't exactly, they don't scream experience when you're dealing with an effects-laden film. These are difficult movies by any stretch, and you've got people, James Mangold's cool, I can understand that, and I think as a writer-director, Mangold is an auteur. I guess Filoni will be an auteur too, because he'll write and direct the film, which, I mean, other people have done it. Frank Darabont's first studio picture was Shawshank Redemption, and that turned out pretty damn well. So, you know, I can't pillory anybody's choice here. I'm just kind of, and look, let me just say right out, I want these movies to be good. I love Star Wars. There's nothing better. Like, I went and saw Rogue One, and I found it very satisfying. You know, I was very satisfied in the theater. I've become, over the years, an Attack of the Clones apologist. I don't know why. Maybe because I love seeing all those Jedi battle the droids and battle the Geonosians in the arena, and then they get out and they have that great battle on the planet of Geonosis. I like that shit. Is it a great movie? No. But I think it's better than what people give it credit for. The prequel trilogy, the great story, not very well told. No one feels like real people in it, but there is something there. There's a kernel of an idea. Here's how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. There's a lot of great stuff in that movie. Then there's a lot of things like, are you an angel? Here, have some sand. It's not good, but there's stuff in it that I like. I want these Star Wars movies to be good, but then I ask myself, okay, you've announced these 3 films, and they've now given us a timeline, a Star Wars timeline. What they are doing is they're paying more attention to the universe. What I would like to see is if they came out and they made this Mangold announcement and they said, this movie is about the character of such and such. And tell me about the character and what happens to him or them or it, or maybe it's an alien, maybe it's, you know, a transgendered species that has 4 different genders. I don't know. I have no idea what this person is, but tell me something about, I'm not hearing about the characters in the story. I'm hearing, okay, we know that Rey is founding a new Jedi Order. Why would she? What the hell does she know about the Jedi? Has she trained for a little bit? You know, she met Luke. She was on Achito for how long? I don't know. But suddenly, do I believe that she would found a new Jedi Order? I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. But the problem with all these announcements was it's all about the universe. And again, with these IPs, you can't put your universe before your characters and your story. Tell me the character. Tell me who the character is, and tell me what that character's journey is. Look, the Star Wars universe is a big universe. You do not have to tie it in to every other thing that we've heard before 1,000 times. I don't care. I need a great character and I need a great story. Tell me that. Give me that. All of us want the same thing. And I just feel like these announcements are, once again, it feels, like they just came up with these ideas last week and let's announce them. Even though I know people, certain YouTubers and things have been reporting on these ideas for a long time. But they didn't have any other than Rey, because we've already met her. Like, who's the character in Mangold's film? It would have been great if they came out, like, it's Star Wars. They do so much development of these things. Why not introduce James Mangold's movie is about this person? And boom, we get to see production art. Some of that great Ralph McQuarrie production art that we all saw before Star Wars came out. Then you could buy the Ralph McQuarrie Star Wars portfolio. Where is all that stuff? If you're going to announce a movie, they keep announcing movie after movie after movie, and you get the name, you get what it's about. Patty Jenkins is directing, and not going to happen. When are they going to give us an announcement where here's the character, and we get to see awesome pre-production art? And like the pre-production art we see at the end of The Mandalorian, why wouldn't you say, okay, here's our 3 movies, and here's a bunch of images, painted images of the film. They probably have them. Show it to us. That would excite me. Don't just tell me about a movie that has a concept, a log line. Rey starts the new Jedi Order. Okay. You mean you don't have production art? You don't have that great Ralph McQuarrie-esque production art that your visual development team is working on? Why don't you? And if you don't announce the movie. It's vaporware. I mean, I don't think any film company in the history of Hollywood has announced more movies that haven't got made in the last 5 years than Lucasfilm. And it bums me out. I want to see great Star Wars movies. I want to see great characters. We know the universe already. The universe will take care of itself. Give me great characters and tell me a great story. That's what I want from Star Wars. And I'm not going to believe it till I see it. Andor, to me, I loved. I thought Andor was fantastic. What it was, in fact, missing, though, was the pulp adventure of Star Wars. The Flash Gordon of it all. Very serious, very awesome. I loved it. But I know why a lot of Star Wars fans didn't, because it didn't have that chewy center goodness that is pulp sci-fi. And not that it needed it, but I think overall that's what Star Wars has to be. It has Empire Strikes Back is the synthesis of things that are serious, but also you get an asteroid slug. You get TIE bombers looking for the Falcon. You get Minox on the outside of the Falcon. You get Luke fighting Vader. You get that chocolate nougaty goodness at the center of your favorite candy bar. That's what Star Wars needs, and we need to know what we're getting. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. People wanted to know my opinion, wanted to know what I thought of these announcements. So, now you know. Now you know what I thought. What did you think? I don't know. We're going to start with a tip. If you want to send in a tip, there's a tip link down below in the description. Darth Plato, kind of the unofficial historian of this channel. Darth Plato says, "Hey Rob, I want to say this. I just saw the Ahsoka trailer and I'm going nuts. I'm literally losing my mind. But people always say that anyway. But I'm so down for the series. Look, seeing people like Sabine. I mean, I'm in. I'm down. I am down with Ahsoka. When I say that, I don't mean I'm going down on Ahsoka. I mean I'm down with Ahsoka. Although, on this, Lael's not here. I can't talk about fucking, but why not? We all fantasize about Ahsoka, don't we? Or can we not go there? I don't know. Is that wrong? But it looks great. The show does look fantastic. But then again, so do all these. They cut great trailers. They all look fantastic. Again, great characters and great story. Hopefully it is great. I really want it to be great. I sincerely hope it's great because it looks It does look very awesome. Our own King Tannic, the man who puts on a great show, the Otaku Experience, which is on this channel every Thursday at 2 p.m. Pacific time. King Tannic says, Rob, it's late. Why did you start a stream? Oh no, I gotta go to bed. King Tannic, when have you not stayed up for one of these streams? Come on, man. You always do. You always stay up for a stream. You know it. I know it. And by the way, you should watch his show. If you like anime, King Tannic does a fantastic job on the Otaku Experience on this channel, Thursdays at 2 p.m. on Pacific time. Maria Espino says, all of your website links aren't working. Yeah, I think we're doing the Google ads won't load, and thus the pages just hang. Both Chrome and Edge, to know if that's true for anyone else. We're revamping the website, but people are still sending me letters. Remember, and I will get to those later, I read people's letters. So you can send me a letter, and right below my name there, the postgeeksingularity.com. But if the website's hanging up, we'll get that alleviated shortly. I'm sorry that you couldn't send me a letter. Jimmy Touchdown says, I can't believe you are still shilling for Picard Season 3. Every episode a bottle episode. Major logic flaws in the story. More mystery box crap so bad. Jimmy, respectfully, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's no mystery box storytelling. A mystery box means that you don't know what is in the mystery box. Star Trek Picard is a Tom Clancy-esque techno thriller. And if you watch it and you don't have the emotional response to it that a lot of people have, that I had, more power to you. But there are not major logic flaws in the story. It is not mystery box, and it's not so bad. And look, I'm not the only one who thinks this. There's a lot of people who love it. As a matter of fact, I invite you to watch my own Picard After show, the Curlin Nescos, where I've had writers on the show. I've had direct writers and actors. I've Liam Shaw himself, Todd Stashwick has been on the show. I mean, everyone says every episode's a bottle episode. Yeah, it's a Starship-based show. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's how it was designed. They're on a spaceship. They're not landing on planets. So, I'm not shilling for it. I love Picard Season 3. I think it's incredibly well executed. And look, your mileage may vary. But I think that when you say more mystery box crap, what do you mean by that? When you say more mystery box crap, explain it to me. And if you think it's so bad, I mean, I could tell you, I won't, because this is about Star Wars. But if you watch, I mean, I've literally spent hours talking about why I think Picard Season 3 is so great on this channel. And I invite you to go watch those shows. I do. But if you're going to say more mystery box crap, tell me what you think mystery box crap is, and why do you think Star Trek Picard Season 3 has mystery box crap in it? You got to explain yourself, sir. Otherwise, and Jimmy goes on to say, example, just kidding. Example, in episode 8, if Picard has a positronic brain, why not hook him up to the ship to regain control? Why do they need fake data? Kurtzman Trek, laugh out loud at how bad the fake data lore scenes looked in episode 8. How fake the data lore scenes looked? I mean, first of all, that's actually a good question. So I will say, sir, that's good. I like that. And I would, when you're saying that Picard has a positronic brain, why not hook him up to the ship? Picard isn't an AI. Picard has a positronic brain, but he still thinks, and his brain is still working like a human brain does. He's not an artificial intelligence that can do 1 million calculations a second. And if you hook Picard up to the ship, he wouldn't know how to interface with a computer, because he's not that. Remember, he's like, imagine the vessel is, it's like it's like a replicant. He's not AI. It's his essence, and his consciousness has been downloaded into an empty vessel. But it's not an artificial intelligence, so it's not like data that's built to do all kinds of computations, or the way it's different. And so, what do you mean they didn't need fake data? They explained it. Alton Sung was going to do the same thing they did to Picard. He was going to download his own essence into one of these, call them avatar bodies, if you will, which is essentially what they are. They're avatar bodies. They're just more manufactured and less organic. That's what they are. And if you believe that Jake Sully can control an avatar body, his consciousness, that's exactly what we're looking at here. It's not so hard to understand. And the fake Data scenes that looked in episode 8, I thought incredibly moving, the scenes with Data and Lore. They're not in the real world. You're looking at a representation of where they were at in some cyber-generated landscape that was you're looking in their mind's eye. We've seen that a lot in Star Trek The Next Generation, especially with Data, when we saw Data dream. So it's kind of harking back to things that were already in Next Generation. So I'm glad, but I want to thank you for following up your comment with, that was you. I think those are good observations. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. I just disagree with you. And by the way, these writers, the writers that are writing are not, these are all very well considered things that they're doing. And if you go back and you watch the show again, maybe you won't because you don't like it, but it's an incredibly well constructed narrative, and they paid off everything that they've built up. So anyway, Freeman Film says, live long and prosper, fellow imagination connoisseur. Was a pleasure having you on the TTFT show yesterday. Well, thank you. I was, it was great. Royce Freeman interviewed me on his show. I don't know when that interview is going to drop, but it was a great interview. We talked for 2.5 hours. It was a lot of fun, and I can't wait for you to hear that. I thought it was a great interview. He really asked me a lot about my career. He did his research, which was great. Darren L. from Minnesota says, Rob, thank you so much for this community. It means a lot. Well, Darren, that's very nice of you to say. As everyone knows, there's a lot of new people here. This is, you all, anyone watching the show, or if you come back, this channel, I do not call my audience geeks or nerds. We are imagination connoisseurs. That's what we are. We are highbrow in our love of pop culture, of comics, of movies, of television, science fiction, fantasy, horror, video games. Take your pick, flights of fancy. We are the connoisseurs of excellence. Or we're the connoisseurs of glorious crap like Manifest. And that's the great thing. It all exists in a continuum. And the thing is, if you don't like something, I'm not going to be the one to tell you you're wrong. Except with Picard Season 3. No, and if you love something, I'm not going to ever tell you you shouldn't love it. Look, man, I like things. I have questionable taste in certain regards. Like, if I told a lot of people to watch Star Crash and love it, they're going to watch and go, Rob, what the hell was that? It was some bargain basement Italian ripoff of Star Wars that tried to do bargain basement ripoffs of Ray Harryhausen. And I would say, I know. I love it. It's so good. I understand it's not for a lot of people. I get it. But I'm glad you like it here, Darren. And that's what this is all about. King Tannic says, since no midnight musings, does that mean no randos? So for those people who are new here, I bring on you members of the Post-Geek Singularity. This is the Post-Geek Singularity community made up of you imagination connoisseurs. And on our late night shows, I throw in a link and you can come on the show. I'll bring people on the show to talk to me. And we call, randos, like random people. Randos. We'll bring on some randos. I'll put that link down shortly. Dublatar sends in a super sticker. Thank you, Dublatar. I like that. Dublatar, that's cool. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure sends in a super chat and says, hey, Rob, hypothetically speaking, if you wrote or oversaw a Star Wars script, what kind of film would it be? Action-packed or noir mystery? That's a good question. I mean, look, I think that Star Wars by its very nature has a swashbuckling serial, like old-time serial Flash Gordon. It's got to be action-adventure, swashbuckling. It's got to be something like that. That's what Star Wars is to me. But, I mean, there could be a noir mystery. I mean, I probably, I would do a Tom Clancy-esque thriller. Like maybe some dark Force user stole some kind of an ancient weapon, like maybe the Ark of the Covenant. The equivalent, what is the Ark of the Covenant? What is the equivalent of that in the Star Wars universe? I don't know. Or something like that. and was going to use it to resurrect some Sith something or other. I mean, so there'd be a horror element, maybe Cthulhu meets Star Wars, and we have a crack team of our characters that would have to go. I mean, I love men on mission movies, and Star Wars, the original Star Wars, is kind of, it's this disparate ragtag bunch of people, R2 and 3PO, Luke, Han, Chewie, Ben Kenobi, this sort of group of this oddball group of people that have to go rescue the princess. I like that. I would maybe lean into that and do maybe a Dirty Dozen-esque or Where Eagles Dare, The Guns of Navarone, which is a lot of what Star Wars, or the original Star Wars, is. Lean into that, but also then lean into more of the darker aspects of the Force, something like that. I mean, since you're asking me off the top of my head, I haven't really thought about it, but that would be kind of cool. Darian Murphy sends in a super chat. Thanks, Darren. That's very nice. Robert, I just finished a 90-second animation project featuring the DC Trinity. I was inspired by an episode of Fully Articulated way back. Would be honored if you would take a look. Just search the Imperium Studio on YouTube. Well, I can do that right now. Let's do that. Everyone, go to YouTube and search out right now the Imperium Studio. Let's check it out. Let's see, the Imperium Studio. There it is. Cobra Commander HQ. This is cool. The Imperium Studio. Let's go to videos. And DC Trinity, My Nerdy Home, inspired by Zack Snyder's Justice League. Well, already this first shot's dope. Okay. This is pretty impressive. I know I can't really show it to you guys. But wow, this is really cool. Well, it's weird to watch something else, but already I'm 22 seconds in, and I'm in. I'm impressed. That is very... Now I want to know, how long did that take you? Where did the music come from? Very, very cool stuff. I'm going to go back and watch the whole thing. All of you watch that. The Imperium Studio. Pretty dope. Well done, Darren. Darian, I'd love to know how you did that. Maybe we'll come on the show and take us through it. I'm going to start on Robservations focusing on other creators and the movies they've made. I recently did a show with my friend Paul, and he has a comic come out. He has a new novel come out. A new novel came out, not coming out. I can't even speak. But it's Paul Salamoff. Check that interview out. It's really interesting. He's done a lot of stuff. He's written comics. He's made a feature film. He's now written a novel. So I want to have more creators on this show and focus on what you're doing. Nikki says, I love you. Well, Nikki, I love you too. And I mean that. 200 Watt Studio says, what bothers me from the trailer is that Indy never makes a decision. It's always his goddaughter making the decisions to move the plot forward. Okay, yeah, but it's just a trailer. I mean, he does make a choice to hit Mads Mikkelsen in the face during World War II when he's dressed as a Nazi. So, the great George the Giant Slayer gifted 10 memberships, 10 Burnettwork memberships to you guys. Now, for those of you who don't know, if you're members of this channel, every other Saturday, we have sometimes one time they lasted 7 hours. I have these membership calls, and I'm going to start dropping exclusive content like my new show, 10 and 20, for members first. So for like a day, they can watch it free. I mean, before everybody else. But so if you're a member, and George just made everybody members of the Burnettwork, and George, we have to have a conversation maybe tomorrow around noon my time, 11:30 my time. I'm going to appear on Que Pasa PGS. Tomorrow on this channel, we have an all Spanish-speaking show every other week when I'm on my off weeks from the member calls, put on by Alex Montano and, of course, the great Roberto Suarez. It's a great show. They do a great show. It's 97% in Spanish, and then when this gringo shows up, it's not so much. But thank you, George. I appreciate that. Jermaine King says, somehow Ray Palpatine returned. How? I don't know. Yeah, I know. It's what are you going to do? Martin Ainscoff sends in a super sticker. Thumbs up, buddy. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. Garfield's Bizarre Adventure says, Finn was the biggest disappointment. He went from a character with potential into comedic sidekick. All I remember now is they screamed Ray a lot. I know. What a great character he could have been. And I'd like to see more of him. Maria Espino says, Disney didn't buy Star Wars for any of the movie shows. They bought it for the licensing so they can do whatever they want with parks and merch. It's true, but they have to still keep it going to keep it. I mean, people forget that after Return of the Jedi, Star Wars really faded away from public consciousness for a long time. In the late 80s, there was not really Star Wars toys anymore. Pop culture, I've always talked about the fact that I think pop culture has a half-life of 20 years. So pop culture is really a generational thing, and after 20 years, it kind of goes away, or it fades away. It has a half-life, and it gets half as popular as it was. And then they consciously brought Star Wars back in the early 90s with the Dark Empire series, the comic series from Dark Horse, and the Timothy Zahn Heir to the Empire trilogy, which was pretty interesting, I thought. Nikki says, how many times will they call her by her full Rey Skywalker name in her new movie? Probably a lot. I mean, I want to know does she walk around and tell people that she's Rey Skywalker? And then people are like, wait a minute, you're not a Skywalker. Well, I've taken the name. How is she going to explain that? Do you sign up at a registry somewhere? Like in the Star Wars universe, if you want to call yourself Rey Skywalker, do you have to fill out paperwork and send it to Coruscant so you can be officially recognized? I mean, how do you get in on the family lineage? Is it like the mafia? But no one bestowed that name on her. She kind of took it. She literally stole it. So, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. But who knows? Let's see. Where was I? Man, there's a lot. There's a lot of people firing in chats. Son of John says, we still haven't seen Luke in his prime. Why, Ray? Man, I know. It just pisses me off. Polar Burr says, Rob, do you think it's possible they changed Finn's story because of China and their money? I mean, China took him out of the poster. Well, remember, Disney took him out of the poster because in China, they're racists. I thought Finn was going to have the Force and get with Rey. Yeah, I think they just didn't know what to do with him. And it's too bad because John Boyega is a great actor. He really is a terrific actor. And he just got the short end of that stick, which is kind of a bummer, to be honest. Cam Strickland became a member of the channel. Well, thank you, Cam. I appreciate that. And Royce is back. Freeman Film says, do you think the cloning storyline on Mandalorian will show technology gets stolen and lead to Snoke being cloned since it takes place before Episode 7? Probably, but I mean, don't we already know that that Snoke was a clone? I mean, whether it feels to me like, look, the cloning technology, we already saw that the cloners on Kamino, they created an entire clone army, so it doesn't, I would imagine there's cloning technology everywhere. It probably wasn't just the people on Kamino that had that technology, so it's no wonder that I mean, I guess they have to explain where Palpatine came from and after he died or whatever. But why not clone everybody? Clone Han, clone Luke, clone Leia. I mean, I know it's just it's weird, but I think they're absolutely going to do that. They're going to set up for that and explain all of those things. Snoke was, many failed clones, and maybe it was the Snoke clone that led to them being able to clone Palpatine. But I would have thought that they already would have had that handled. That Palpatine already had all that. The cloners from Kamino knew what they were doing, and I would have thought that Palpatine would have had a cloning probably ready to go. I mean, as he was falling down, the thing in the Death Star 2, he probably transferred his essence then. They didn't show it, but maybe he did. Maybe that's actually what all of that energy was being expelled when he died. I mean, wouldn't he have just been incinerated? What he was doing was expelling the dark forces essence out of him into wherever his clone was, and his clone was a receptor, and that's how he lived, or something like that. 66 Inc. said the chance Rey has Ben's Force child, who is trained by Rey and Grogu, and a new trilogy is born. 15 years post Revenge of the Sith seems to be the perfect age for a new actor, or Rise of Skywalker. Pardon me. Could be. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I just think that here's my problem. The way we're thinking about all this stuff is I need to know what is a great story. So let's say Rey has Ben Solo's child. Then what? I mean, what would that story entail? And the thing about Luke is the Joseph Campbell idea of the reluctant hero, the hero's journey and all of that. That makes sense because that's a classic tale. But do you replay that again? Or the kid's, he's going to fall down to one side or another. He's either going to be a good Force user or become a bad Force user. I mean, that's what I want to know is I want to know what the story is. And I just don't know if there's many stories to be told there that we haven't already seen. I just want to, whatever they tell us, I want it to be good. To me, what I think Star Wars, if Star Wars and Empire were the Godfather, we never got our Godfather 2. That's what I wanted to see. And that's what I was kind of hoping. If I was going to make someone asked earlier, if I was going to make a Star Wars movie, I would look at Godfather 2 as the template. Take that and as what you will. But that's what I would do. Godfather 2. Our friend Undead Sick says, hey, Rob, I'm actually excited for a Rey sequel movie because I'm a bigger defender of the sequels than most people. Even though I see the issues it has, I can't stand the pre-hate for this movie. I think pre-hate for any movie is wrong. I mean, I don't know why they're leaning into this where I really don't understand it. It's like they want to make fetch happen. Okay, I get it. But if the story is good and they develop the character of Rey and turn her into a great character, great story, great character. I'll watch. I don't care. You got to make it a great character and a great story. I'm not convinced they know how to do that. That's the only thing. I'm not convinced. And it's going to take a lot of convincing to get me to believe. And I want to believe. I'm like Fox Mulder. You know, if Ryan Coogler reboots the X-Files, I hope it's canonical. They reopen the X-Files now because, my God, if there's ever a time the X-Files need to come back, it's now. And not with Scully and Mulder necessarily. You know, Scully and Mulder can show up, but if it's canonical, they open up a new X-Files, a new young group of guys and girls and whatever, leading the charge. And it would be great if they're like skeptics. They don't believe in any of this, and we make them believe. I don't know. It could be good. Maria Espino says, how would you feel about a Mando culminating event involving a tug of war for power between Thrawn versus Snoke, leading to the rise of the First Order? That would be great. I'd be into that. You know, again, make it awesome. Make it a really interesting geopolitical story with lots of action adventures, space battles and everything. Thrawn versus Snoke would be great. You know, and maybe we see Snoke at the height of his powers before he was so damaged. You know, I kind of think that when we saw Snoke in like Rise of Skywalker, he was the Emperor after he'd confronted the Jedi and had to use a lot of that arcane energy, and it hurt him. It would be interesting to see what does Snoke look like at 100% without being scarred, you know, fighting Thrawn or whatever. I'd love to see that. That could be a great story. Count me in. Chuck New 52 says, can't say I'm happy with some Star Wars fans currently. They're so ready to dish out hate, but zero for credit. Filoni directing a Star Wars movie is because of Disney. It's true. I mean, I don't necessarily hate it. I wonder in that he's never directed a feature film before, and Star Wars is a tall order, and it's not easy to do that. But he's got enough experience that I think he knows what he wants. I just wasn't impressed with his live action Mandalorian episodes, but you know, he's got a lot of talented people behind him, and more power to him. I just, you know, if you like everything he's done, you know, with Ahsoka and Rebels and Clone Wars and all that, and a lot of it's all fun, but I want to get something that I'm excited about that transcends. I want to see something that transcends what Star Wars has become. And it's become its own universe. The universe of Star Wars is now a little bit more important than the characters and the stories are. And that's what I feel like even Dave Filoni he's working in the Filoni-verse of Star Wars. And that feels a little odd to me because I certainly don't think it's perfect. So we'll see. But I think you're right, Chuck New. Hey man, if the movies are going to be good, I'm perfectly willing to sit back and wait and see and cross my fingers and hope we're going to get something great. Because isn't that what we want? Something great. Riley Rayburn says, Rob, I'm not sure if you remember me. I've been a longtime viewer of the Post-Geek Singularity. I know how much you're wanting to produce, and I wrote a script that you might love. Well, Riley, I have to tell you, as anyone who watches the John Campea show will know, the joke was send me your scripts. I mean, I want to read a script that's great. I want to read a script that I love. I can't read scripts unless I right now, my company, I don't have a release form. I can't just read a script because you need legal protection, believe it or not, to read scripts. So what I need is a release form, and I could send it to you and you could send it to me. But I warn you, I was a professional, what they call story analyst for a number of years. So I read over 3,000 scripts professionally. And of those 3,000 scripts I read, I only said yes to one. And that was the script 7 by Andy Kevin Walker. That became the David Fincher movie. That was the only one there was some that I recommended. You know, but for most, I'm a really tough critic. Just saying. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't want to check out your script. Richard Okotoro. That's a cool last name, Richard. Rob, I'm such a huge fan and fellow editor. I love your breakdowns and your videos. I agree with your points about Star Wars needing to prioritize characters and story above all else. This is okay. Here's Undead 6, second part of what he said. So let me read this again. First of all, Richard, thank you very much. I mean, I appreciate the kind words. And, I think not just Star Wars, but Star Trek, my beloved Star Trek. I think any franchise, any IP. The problem is the corporations acquire these IPs, and corporations aren't storytellers. And the people that work in corporations aren't storytellers either. So they're trying to figure out, okay, we've bought this product. How can we market it? How can we sell it? Nowhere in any of their marketing does it tell them how to write a great movie or what is a great story. And that's the problem. And they don't know what makes a great story. And what makes a great story are great characters and a great story. But how do you do that? You know, there's no magical formula. You have to hire talented people to do that. And then a corporation will say, like, okay, well, this might be great characters and this story is terrific, but does it serve our, like Maria talked about, is this good for our theme parks? We need 4-quadrant characters. We need characters that'll appeal to 5-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 50-year-olds. Now that adds a whole nother problem with the characters that you're going to write. And I would say, look, great characters. When I watched Star Trek as a 5-year-old, I wanted to be Captain Kirk. I didn't like stories about kids because I was a kid. I didn't want to watch stories about kids when I was a child. I want to watch stories about people I was going to grow up and be. And I think that is a big mistake that a lot of companies have. They think that children want to see stories or that a lot of the audience wants to see themselves reflected in stories. I understand representation, but I think anybody wants to have great characters and great stories. That is the birthplace of IP. And unless you do that, you're not going to make a great movie. So let me go back up to Undead 6, first part of this question. Hey, Rob, I'm actually excited for a Ray sequel movie because I'm a bigger defender of the sequels than most people, even though I see the issues it has. I can't stand the pre-hate for this movie. That is already all over social media, which in my opinion is spread once again by the toxic fandom. How about we actually watch it before we play judge, jury, and executioner? Look, I agree with that. But the problem is lately, especially with Star Wars, they've done this to themselves. They've announced how many Star Wars movies. You know, Taika Waititi, where's that movie? Patty Jenkins' movie got canceled. You know, Kevin Feige was doing a Star Wars movie. Weiss and Benioff, Rian Johnson's, his mythical trilogy. They've announced so many things. And then when they come out and say, oh, we're going to make a Rey movie, when The Rise of Skywalker was arguably not just the worst Star Wars movie, but one of the worst science fiction movies ever made. So when someone comes out and Disney's like, that's what you're going to make? I think a lot of people are perplexed by this. But I look, I'm willing to concede that maybe people should wait and see. And then, of course, you have a director, not just because she's a woman director, but what has she ever done to warrant directing a Star Wars movie? I don't know. I mean, it's odd. Maybe people like her. Maybe, she's done a lot of shorts and documentaries and an animated film, so maybe she knows of what she's doing. Maybe there's a reason why. But I would say it's bizarre. And it's strange that these are the movies that they're choosing to give us. Just like it's weird that Star Trek is finally, after 30 plus years of trying, they're giving us a Starfleet Academy show. A show that by definition, you're going to watch it and be like, when are these characters going to go into space? But I get it. They want to, hey, the showrunner of Nancy Drew wants to make a Star Trek show, so let's give her one. It's very odd. Riley Rayburn says, in so many ways, an ode to Bryan Singer movies. An original psycho horror fantasy drama that tributes Singer, Shyamalan, Richard Kelly, and others. I would love that. I mean, that's that you're saying the right things to me. But what you're doing is you're also setting the bar very, very high. And remember, I would say that you can tell if a script's good in the first couple of pages, if it's well written. And by page 10, if it's not good, you're checked out. But that's tall order. That I like what you're saying. Chuck New 52 became a member of the channel. Thank you, Chuck New 52. I appreciate that. A Son of John is back and says, I think I've almost decoded Picard Season 3. It's in the numbers. And by the way, Terry seems to like 36999 or 666 upside down. 13, mythology. Elios, Erebus, Nyx, Chaos, Nemesis. I'm not going to say. Well, all I can say is that episode 9's a banger. You're gonna check it out, and I think you're gonna like it. Grinning Wombat says, but you definitely are on the right track, by the way. Grinning Wombat says, Rob, should I start the animated Star Wars show? I don't know who any of these characters are in Mandalorian, and I feel left behind somewhere. I agree with you. I mean, it's weird to me that this has become an extension of the Filoniverse. So yeah, I would suggest, I mean, look, Clone Wars starts a little, it's hit and miss, but there's a lot of great stuff in Clone Wars. And watch Rebels, good stuff. I think so. There's a lot of great stuff there. So, but yeah, it's good stuff, and it's only a half an hour long. Those things are short. Rain's better half says, heir to the Empire without Luke? When will they give Luke his flowers and stop giving his stories away? Move on from Kathleen Kennedy and focus on fixing the Star Wars legacy. It's weird to me that they take these books like Heir to the Empire, which they could have adapted. I mean, I know that it's funny that they had those books and they had already dealt with Thrawn, but they had those books and they could have adapted those books. The story, I mean, they didn't have to follow them to the letter. They could have, but they had them. And I'll tell you one thing, if they had adapted those books, or even if they adapted the Dark Empire comics, I think they would have gotten something better than we ended up getting. But yeah, and then they just keep kicking. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating when a lot of these IPs, Star Trek, Star Wars, people don't write Star Wars novels to get rich, or Star Trek novels to get rich. The best of those books, they get paid, but they're not getting rich. They write them out of love. They write them out of love of the franchise. And that's why a lot of these books, the best of them, are really, really good. And why studios haven't leaned in more to the IP and go after these stories that are already there is perplexing to me. I don't understand. Riley Rayburn says, every character in the script was named after someone who worked on Superman Returns, and one character was based on you. Also, a lot of public access in this. Well, it sounds good. I'm very intrigued by that. And look, if you're gonna name a character after me or a character was based on me, who am I to say no? You'll have to get in touch with me. Dan Candy says, the Red Door mystery has gone on an episode too long. After an 8-week buildup, I don't think anything will live up to what I've built up in my mind. Having said that, who was the better professor? Jastrow, Houseman, or Gielgud? I got to tell you, that's a good question. You know, I opened one of my Robservations with John Houseman from The Paper Chase. So in terms of the better professor, I gotta go with Houseman. I love John Houseman so much. I love The Paper Chase. I love the Paper Chase TV series as well. As a matter of fact, I dare say the Paper Chase TV series might be better than the movie, even though, you know, he did win an Academy Award for that. So I'm going to go with Houseman. I don't think the Red Door mystery has gone on too long. I think, dude, all I can tell you is that Picard Season 3 sticks the landing. And all will be revealed next week. And, yeah, it's pretty great, I think. It's a lot of fun. Pink Plastered Pancake asks if I think a Babylon 5 reboot will happen soon. I don't know, man. I love Babylon 5. And one of the great tragedies is that they didn't know if they were going to get that 5th season. So they basically ended the show at season 4. Then they got renewed. They ended the Shadow War. I would like to have seen the Shadow War go on. I mean, season 5 isn't terrible. There's a lot of good stuff in it, but I just wish they didn't have to end the Shadow War quickly. But I don't know what's going on with that reboot. I really don't. It was going to be for the CW, and who knows what the disposition of that is now. But I would love to see HBO Max. I'd love to see a rebooted Babylon 5. One of my favorite things in terms of reboots is if you're a fan of Star Blazers, we're off to outer space. If you like Star Blazers, the Japanese reboot of Star Blazers that started in, it's called Space Battleship Yamato 2199, then 2202, and then 2205. They've been doing it for the last 10 years, and they've retold basically the first 2 story arcs and then the first movie. That's the way to do a reboot. It's really, really good. And my favorite anime series of all time is it's being rebooted, but it's not as good as the original, which is Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I know a lot of people haven't heard of it. If you love space opera, Legend of the Galactic Heroes is amazing. It's an amazing, amazing series. Mashby asks, what would your Sith Lord name be? My Sith Lord name would be, I don't know. I mean, it's got to be something like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. A Sith Lord name, you'd have to have something cool. I mean, I could say my first inclination, if I was going to say something provocative, Darth Sexualis. Yeah. Or go darker and Darth Draconis. Or Darth Dragonis, like a dragon. Darth Dragonis. Something like that. Pale Moon. Pale Moon's a random one for you. Have you seen Amore by Michael Haneke? Yes. I thought Riva was robbed of the Oscar that year. It's one that lives rent-free in my mind. That story, Amore, is about a couple getting old, or that are old, and it is devastating. I as a matter of fact, I just got a box set of his from the Criterion sale that's actually right here. I don't know, where did I put it? It's here somewhere. Yeah, I got the trilogy. Just picked that up. Got that at the Criterion sale. So that was good. But I'm a big fan of his. So, but you know what? That performances, both of them in that movie, are shattering. So I agree. Mark Spector's Avatar says, look, I'm very disappointed about the Rey movie. Invincible Jedi who's a fake Skywalker, it's truly over for the hardcore fans. That is a very good point. And again, I thought the sequel trilogy was really half-baked, and there was nothing in it. Honestly, there was really no story. I mean, we could say there was a story, and you could kind of say that Rey was, but you didn't really see what she went through to get there. I mean, in the story of Luke becoming a Jedi is so much a part. In the first movie, he's just encountering the concepts of it. He's learning to use the Force. He's learning that the Force is there. And by then finally using the Force and making that shot in the Death Star, he's come to grips with the fact that the Force is real. There's a legacy of the Force that is inside of him. And he's become a believer. And then when he goes to Dagobah and Empire, he starts his training. And he starts to learn how to use the Force on his way to become a Jedi, confronts Vader, and then in, obviously, Jedi and confronting Vader and the Emperor, he finally solidifies the fact that he's become a full-blown Jedi. You don't see Rey do really any of that. I mean, there's a cursory nod to her training, and then, you know, there's the Romeo and Juliet Ben Solo stuff, but you don't really see her do any of those things. And so I agree with you. It's I don't know if it's over, but things just aren't the best, unfortunately. Richard Mink sends in a super chat and says, "You're the man, Rob. You were the best part of John Campia's show. Thanks for being real and working hard for your audience. Wish you nothing but success." Well, thank you very much, Richard. I very much appreciate that. I try to work hard. I just like doing it. It's fun. Ketchup on Eggs became a member. Pirate Bob became a member. Brundlefly, great The Fly reference. Cronenberg's The Fly reference. Love that, became a member. Appreciate that. John Ponterio sent in a super chat and a super sticker. Fist bump to you. 200 Watt Studio says, Rob, where are you? What are you picking up at the Kino Lorber sale? You know, I don't know. I didn't know they were having a sale. I have so many Kino Lorber discs already, and now they're sending me all their 4K stuff. So there's not a lot of stuff left at Kino Lorber that I want that I don't have. You know what I need to get? I need to get Hannibal again, the 4K Hannibal, because I gave mine away. So, yeah. Glenn Mark says, on the Popcast, how much of Doomcock's April Fool's message are his truthful feelings on Picard 3? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Only Doomcock knows the answer to that. Freeman Film says, I love the Star Trek The Motion Picture Director's Edition. What changes were made in this new version that changed Robert Wise's intention from his 2000s version? I don't think much. They were really faithful because they all got to know Robert Wise working on the original that came out back in 2001. What they basically did was, first of all, there were some things that they found they had access to actual original footage, so they were able to get the real matte paintings of the Earth and put it in some shots that it was missing from when the Enterprise leaves space dock. But they held fast to their guns, and they really didn't change much. So they were very loyal to Robert Wise's vision. They really were. iCritic has become a new member of the channel. The Film Guy is a new member. He upgraded his membership to PGS Hero. Well, thank you for that. Nick, what are you doing here? Nick, the guys from the Echo Base Network streamed for like 9 hours today. And I jumped on for a couple hours. It was great. What are you doing? Nick says, I always hear about this toxic fandom. I would say most of them are just super passionate about the IP. How many times have you been called toxic, Rob, over Kurtzman Trek? Oh, a lot. There are a lot of people on other Star Trek channels. I found this out. I've never really interacted with them that hate my guts. Hate me. They think many things about me, which is weird. They think, one, I'm a transphobe, I'm a sexist, I'm a complete misogynist, I don't know what I'm talking about, and they hate me because they think I'm a racist. I mean, I'm like, it's so weird because the reason I don't like modern Star Trek is because of the characters and the stories. That's why. And what's really interesting is, if you want to see a great example, the last episode of the first season of Star Trek Strange New Worlds ripped off the first season original series episode Balance of Terror. They even down to certain camera angles. And they didn't give any credit to any of the original people that made Balance of Terror. And they ripped it off badly. And those are the kind of things I don't like about modern Star Trek. The first season of Strange New Worlds, they ripped off Ursula K. Le Guin, one of the great female science fiction writers of all time. They literally stole her story, Those Who Walk Away from Umlaas, a very famous short story she wrote, for one of their episodes. No accreditation. They didn't say anything. And Alex Kurtzman even said, well, we were heavily inspired by Ursula K. Le Guin. I would say not just heavily. You stole her story without credit. You know, when they were inspired by a story in the original Star Trek, the Gorn, for instance, in the first season, in the episode Arena, it's a very loose adaptation of the Frederick Brown story Arena, but they gave him credit. You guys are stealing stuff right out of other people's Star Trek novels and Star Trek episodes without credit at all. Because, oh, well, Paramount already owns it. It doesn't matter if they already own it. You stole someone else's story. Stole it. Yes, that's right. So give them credit. It doesn't cost anything. They're not even here anymore. Old Tom Gin. I like that. Old Tom Gin is a new member of the channel. Willard's Chips is a new member of the channel. Thanks for that. Medicated Movie Reviews says, love this channel. So glad it's full-time now. Well, thank you. I'm enjoying it as well. It's going to be a lot more. Like I said, there's a lot more coming, a lot more stuff happening. Maria Espino says, you think Timothy Zahn is getting dollars for all this? That's a very good question. Timothy Zahn created Grand Admiral Thrawn. Here's the problem. All of those things are then owned by Lucasfilm. So Timothy Zahn's work is completely owned outright by Lucasfilm. So they can use, just like they don't have to give credit, they can use whatever they want. But I would hope, I mean, he created Grand Admiral Thrawn. And maybe, I mean, it depends. It really depends. Again, it's not show friends, it's show business. You don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. It would really depend what he negotiated with Lucasfilm. If they said if there's sequel characters or spin-offs, if we use Grand Admiral Thrawn, that you'll get a character payment or something, I would probably assume he didn't get that. But who knows? He might. And maybe Lucasfilm does the right thing and pays him off to avoid lawsuits. But I don't know. That's a really good question. Let's see. Willard's Chips says, we love your show in South Africa, Rob. Keep up the good work. You know, I've always wanted to go to South Africa. We almost shot The Hills Run Red in South Africa. And my friend Darren Scott made a movie in South Africa. I've always wanted to go there. What an interesting, fascinating place that is. But thank you. We love your show in South Africa, Rob. Keep up the good work. I appreciate that very much. And maybe one day I'll get to come down and do a Robservations from South Africa. I would love to do that. Tom A said, Karshi Ice is that is one of the great characters in Legends of the Galactic Heroes. What a great character. Tom A. I can't even say it. No spoilers here. So yeah, Karshi Ice. You got to watch Legends. If you guys want to, I'm telling you, if you want to watch something, if you guys like anime, it's a little, it's older. It's an OVA. It's an original video animation. The original story is 110 episodes. I tell you, it is one of the most riveting space operas you will ever watch. Massive cast of characters, sprawling narrative. It's like Lord of the Rings meets World War II in space. It's incredible. You got to watch it. But don't watch the remake. You got to go watch the original version. Don't watch the remake. And by the way, I've got the box set of it. It was the most expensive bit of physical media I ever bought in my entire life. Bought it from Sentai Filmworks. Go to Sentai Filmworks and look up Legends of the Galactic Heroes. It's embarrassing. Colonel Angus said, I appreciate you. Well, thank you, Colonel Angus. I appreciate you too. And thank you for the support. SW Wiz 871 says, I'm surprised they announced a sequel with Rey. I'm even more surprised they announced it so soon. The aftertaste of the sequel trilogy is strong. I would have been more excited in 10 or 15 years' time. Yeah. Yeah. I know. I don't know. It baffles me. I mean, I understand they want to build up these legacy characters. I mean, obviously the parks and like Maria said, the parks and the things they want to lean into all that merchandising. But the thing is, even that merchandising didn't sell very well. So that's the thing that it's not like little girls are running around being Rey Skywalker anymore. I mean, because she just wasn't that engaging of a character. It wasn't the fault of Daisy Ridley. So look, I'm glad she's got more work coming her way. I think that's great. I hope it's good. But I'm kind of with you. Benson says, is Jack Crusher hearing the Borg through his DNA? Well, you don't have hearing. You don't have eardrums in your DNA. All I can tell you, Benson's, how can I put this? You know what? I'm not going to put it. You've only got a few more days till episode 9. And I'm not going to say anything one way or another. Now, it's too late. While I appreciate you supporting the channel, I cannot speak. There's only 2 more episodes, and I guarantee you things will be revealed. And episode 9 is a banger of an episode. It's a big mic drop episode. And I will, I can't tell you. Can't say anything. But, interesting guess. Glenn Mark, our friend Glenn Mark says, did you ever see Space Above and Beyond? Yes. And to have watched that show is to fall madly in love with Kristen Cloak. And Glenn Morgan certainly did, and they got married. I liked Space Above and Beyond. It only lasted 1 season. Great cast, really interesting. I wish it went more than that. And it's a great show. We covered it a lot when I was writing for Sci-Fi Universe magazine back in the 90s. We did a lot of stories about Space Above and Beyond. And Glenn Morgan and Kristen Cloak were friends of the magazine. So they would participate in the events that we threw and stuff like that. So it was good. King Lucifer became a member. Digital Ronin became a member. Thanks for becoming members. Mala says, I don't find myself getting excited for anything Marvel anymore. Have I just grown up? By the way, I'm shocked at how clean you have kept the pups. Oh my God. Well, Mala, let me just tell you, we are very diligent puppy parents. We're constantly cleaning up after them. We're feeding them. We're keeping them clean, wiping their feet, doing everything we can to keep them. And we've been potty training them, even though this week they'll be 5 weeks old. We were doing everything we can, and it is a handful. And we're on 24/7 puppy duty. But they're great pups. I mean, I hate to get rid of them, but they were born to go out into the world. But thank you, I appreciate that. We're really doing a great job, I think, me and Elizabeth both, and everyone pitching in to make sure these puppies are born and bred correctly. Rwix123 says, I got home from a night out drinking, thinking my whole world was coming to an end, and came home to the comfort of your show. Thanks so much, Rob. Well, Rwix, this is wine. This is wine. This is what? Oh, this is. You know what this is? This is if you're a fan of the movie Sideways. This is from the Hitching Post, the restaurant that they go to up at the Central Coast. So it's Pinot Noir. I love Pinot Noir. So here's to you, Rwix. You came home from a night drinking. Your world is not coming to an end, and here I am to have a drink with you and offer you comfort. And you are welcome. And by the way, I have some advice. I remember in high school, I had friends that get really depressed, some even suicidal, and I'd use a little reverse psychology on them. I'm like, look, man, think of it this way. No matter how bad things get in your life, they can always get worse. And isn't it worth sticking around to see just how bad they can get? I say that with love and affection. But, if you think about it, no matter how bad things get, I mean, there are places where they're worse. And there are always people, if you're feeling bad or things aren't going well, reach out to people. Because you'd be surprised at how willing people are to help you. And I know sometimes it's really scary to do that. But whether it's a friend, whether it's a relative, I've found that people more often than not are very willing to help, very willing to listen, and I think more so now than ever before, because people's mental health, especially in the pandemic era, people are more than ever willing to listen. So I think that's always a good thing. So I'm glad you feel better. And here's to you. Here's to you. Here's a toast. A toast to Arwix. 1, 2, 3. Tomorrow. You know, another thing, there's a book, and they're making a new movie about it called Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. It was my favorite book when I was a kid. That and Frog and Toad are friends. And the reason that I loved it, Alexander does indeed have a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. And the reason I love that book was at the end, you know, Alexander conveys this or whatever, and he tells it to his mom. And this is how I remember it. His mom looks at him and just says, well, some days are like that. That was like the end of the book. And I was like, geez. But she was right. And they're making that movie now. But yeah, I hope things get better tomorrow. And let's take another drink for you. Here's to you, Arwix 1, 2, 3. Michael William Birchfield says, does it bother you that the Obi-Wan hood is pointy in A New Hope? Wow, that's obscure. Does it bother? No. Does it? I mean, no, it doesn't bother me. Not really. I can't get that mad over. You know what? I'm gonna have to look. Let's see. Obi-Wan. Now, are you talking about? Hang on. I mean, in terms of like, I want to make sure you're asking me, like, his pullover hood is pointy. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure, because it doesn't. I'm not sure if I'm getting what you're asking. I want to get what you're asking. Craig Boakley became a new member. Thank you for that. And our friend Anthony 6 Scale Mafia says, I still have my 1991 hardcover first edition of Heir to the Empire. I hope they do Thrawn justice. Looking forward, as always, to having you on my show tomorrow. We have lots of 1/6 scale stuff to talk about. Yeah, there was a lot of Hot Toys news that dropped this week. A lot. I'm sure there's going to be more at the celebration. So that is on 1/6 scale Mafia on that channel. It's going to be 6 p.m. my time, Pacific time. Always love going on Anthony's channel. It's always fun, which is good. Thomas Logan says, nearing its 10th anniversary, Tarantino calls Interstellar Oscar-worthy and praises Nolan's important storytelling and masterful direction. I think that Interstellar deserved Best Picture, Director, and Actor nods. You know, Thomas, I like Interstellar. I don't love Interstellar. I read Steven Spielberg was going to direct Interstellar, and Jonathan Nolan, Mr. Nolan, Christopher Nolan's brother, wrote the script. The script that Spielberg was going to direct was really very different. And Nolan injected a lot more into it, like the fourth dimension is love and all that. I like Interstellar a lot. I don't necessarily think the narrative holds together that well, especially the end. But it is a beautifully made movie. It's an incredible film. And I like the music. And it's beautifully made and has some really incredible imagery in it. But, yeah, the acting is really, really good. I really love the acting. Ma Law says, how long for you to hit 100,000 subscribers with this trajectory? Well, since I've been off the John Campea show, there's a lot of people. I would imagine my subscribers, it's exploded this week, and I thank all of you new subscribers. It's been great to have everybody. I mean, people have to like me. They can think I'm a monumental douchebag, you know, on my channel, and they have to like the show and the other things that we're doing. But it's still going to take a long time. I'm not going to lie. I would love to get that plaque, but I've been doing this since, I started this channel in 2018, doing Robservations at the end of 2018. So I've been doing it for 4 years now, and kind of the last year I've kind of let it go. I still I do the Sunday shows. So for those of you who love physical media, Dieter Bastian and I, if you've never seen it, tune in to Let's Get Physical Media. It's a fun show. We do it every Sunday at 11 o'clock. We talk about the latest releases on physical media. There's some good stuff that came out this week, including the box set of the Star Trek The Next Generation movies. I wish the movies were better. I got the 25th anniversary box set of Cowboy Bebop. A lot of other things. Midnight Run came out in 4K this week. So that's a fun show. And I'm going to be doing Obviously, I'm going to start up when I get my graphics, the Robservations RMBs 10 and 20, where I'm going to do list of 10 things in 20 minutes where I kind of talk about them. And the first thing I'm going to do is a series on Star Trek, where people have asked me, Rob, where do I start with Star Trek? So I'm going to do kind of an essential primer. Not all the best episodes, but like the essential episodes, the 10 essential episodes from each season of Star Trek that you need to watch to understand, to have an overview of Star Trek so you can watch any Star Trek and kind of get what's going on. And because people have asked for that. And so that's going to be a new thing. It's going to be a pre-recorded show that I'm doing called RMBs 10 and 20. So it's going to be a list of 10 things in 20 minutes. Kind of rifle through them. I mean, I'm going to do all kinds of different, my favorite Stephen King books, my favorite Duran Duran songs, whatever. But they're going to be fun to do. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get more subscribers or people are going to stay. The only reason people watch or subscribe to YouTube channels is they have to like the content. So if people like the content, I hope they sign up. And we're going to be doing more of that. And I am putting together a panel show. It's going to be a very different kind of a panel show, but I am going to probably launch it May 1st. I'm just, putting it together. There's a lot to consider, but we shall see. But I'd love to get 100,000 subscribers because I want to get that YouTube button. I don't know why. That's if you get on YouTube and you start a channel, you kind of want that button. I look at someone like Paul Chatto, former network executive. He got his button in a year. Damn it! But yeah, I really, I'm an acquired taste. Let's face it. A lot of people hate my guts. It's true. What can you do? So Mala, hopefully, we'll we're only as good as the shows we make. So we've got another show dropping called Architects of Imagination. That's about video games. So hopefully, people will come on board. Dr. M.A. Matuzik is a new member, and Six Scale Mafia is a new member. Kevin Wellborn, my man in Australia. Kevin Wellborn. Kelvin Wellborn. Kelvin Wellborn has got me. You know what Kelvin got me? Kelvin got me. Of course, Kelvin gets me the Wicker Man box that I was looking for. And right after, I've had it for like a month. And Kelvin gets me this box set. Kelvin sends it to me. And then they announce that Studio Canal's putting out in 4K. But still, Kelvin got me the rad Australian box set, which is cool. So I still have it. And Kelvin's the man. He also got me the film noir, modern noir stuff that has Catherine Bigelow's Blue Steel in it. So, and also Internal Affairs and all these other great properties. So, Kelvin, you're the man. Good to see you. And he's been a member of the channel for 12 months. Sean Hoover says, who remembers the short-lived Space Rangers? I vaguely remember that show, but I don't really remember it. I don't think I ever watched any of Space Rangers on CBS. I don't. Yeah, I don't remember. I vaguely remember, but I never saw it. I leave it up to you guys. Do you imagination connoisseurs, do you remember Space Rangers on CBS? Riley Rayburn says, get in touch with you, I will, before I send anything over to see the image in your mind. Public access meets, this is so wild. Public access, that was Bryan Singer's first feature that was shared the grand prize at Sundance with Ruby in Paradise. Public access meets Superman Returns meets The Box meets Pride and Prejudice. Eerie, lonely, but so sensitive. You know what? That has my attention. I would see that movie. So get in touch. Gotham Guy says, hi, Robert. Normally, I would be nervous of another Disney Star Wars show, whether it's a woke thing or an agenda, but I gotta say, this Ahsoka trailer hits different. The tone and story look good. I gotta tell you, man, I'm not gonna lie. I thought that Ahsoka trailer itself was a banger. I watched that. I'm like, fuck, man, this looks good. Good. But, so did the trailers for Kenobi, and so did the trailers for Book of Boba Fett. I mean, I'm hoping that because Dave Filoni, I mean, he created Ahsoka. I think that hopefully we're going to get a great show. Look, I want every Star Wars show to be great. Ahsoka looks truly great. It really does. That trailer looks great. I hope it's great. Please be great. We all want it to be great. Our friend Roberto Suarez says, see you in the morning, Jefe. Yes, I will be on. I will be speaking the 3% English on Que Pasa BGS, Que Pasa Post-Geek Singularity tomorrow at 11. So come see me and be embarrassed, because it's actually a pretty funny segment. They throw out the Spanish title of a movie, and I have to guess what it is. It's pretty funny. It's a really great segment. I dig it. So, Roberto, I will see you at 11. Michael William Birchfield says, the hood looks pointy and wizardry, especially when he scares away the sand people. Oh, the whole, that doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me. It's okay. I've never thought, maybe it's kind of weird, but it doesn't bother me. It's just the way it's sitting on his head. Scott Rowan says, hey, Rob, weird question. Have you watched My Hero Academia Season 6? I've not. I've only watched 2 seasons of My Hero Academia. I like My Hero Academia a great deal. I just, anime is so, it just always takes a back seat. I fall behind. But you know what I end up doing? I end up buying discs. I end up getting it on discs. Like I do that with a lot of the Gundam stuff, like Gundam Hathaway, and I'll get it on disc and then I'll just binge the whole thing, even though I know it's streaming somewhere. But what is it, on Netflix? But I haven't seen it yet. Maria Espino says, I would love to do a rewrite Hollywood segment with you, Rob, where we take bad movie shows and rewrite them live with the audience. That would be fun. I'd have to figure out how to do that. I would be into that. That's very funny. We'd have to, and if we pick the movies in advance so people could know and they could do some research, that could be fun. Jonathan Hale says, is it Hale? I think Haley. It's Jonathan Haley. Hey Rob, is it crazy to say that Indy 5 doesn't feel big, expansive, or epic? I'm hoping the next trailer shows a bit more scope and scale. I agree with you. It doesn't look that epic. I'm hoping they're saving a lot. And again, I was talking earlier about how it looks kind of artificial. So I'm hoping it's good. Please be good. I really want it to be good. It can't be worse than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And you know what? I trust in Mangold. I do. I think James Mangold always makes a movie that I find eminently watchable. I mean, even the Wolverine that he made before Logan, it wasn't perfect. The Silver Samurai stuff wasn't great. But up until the end, I really liked it. And I've liked a lot of his movies. Again, I love Ford v Ferrari. I love 3:10 to Yuma. Didn't he make Night and Day, the Cameron Diaz, Tom Cruise movie? I like that too. And all the way back, I love a movie made called Identity, which I thought was pretty good. So I'm hoping that this movie's going to be good. I hope it's good. Thomas Bertoldi says, Rob's voice is so damn relaxing after a long day, and I just listen to it all night. Well, Thomas, maybe I can arrange that. Van Adams says, hey dude, I'm curious as to how it's been to consistently walk the tightrope and refrain from spilling any beans as to where Picard's going. You know what? I have to tell you, it hasn't been, because I felt when I first watched Picard season 3, it's a long time, almost a year ago now, I liked it so much that I didn't want to spoil it for anybody. And I wanted everybody to experience, so I haven't had the urge to spill anything. I know people say I spoil stuff on the John Campy show. They're like, put up a spoiler thing. Burnett's talking, but I didn't want to spoil it. I wanted people to discover the joy for themselves, and they will. I can't wait to read Twitter next week at like 12:30 or 1 on Thursday morning, because I think it's going to be really interesting to see what people think. The Film Guy says, I upped my MB. My member. Are you okay for dollars? No, but thanks for upping your membership. I think you can learn from the John Campia show. Making shorter, structured shows keeps everything feeling high quality, and it isn't intimidating to a new audience. I totally agree with you. I've got to start clipping out these things and do more of that, and also time-stamping them, which I have to do. The thing about, John has a staff. He's got Ray clipping this stuff out, and John, I'll tell you something. John Campea runs a well-oiled machine. He really knows how to produce a YouTube show. I don't think there's anybody better in the business doing a movie pundit show. I mean, the only thing that could make it better is if we had he has a bigger set, maybe a cool background so it's not just a curtain or something. But he runs a tight ship, man. Nobody knows how to do YouTube better than John Campea. So you're right. I mean, making sure. I like doing these long. That's why I'm going to start doing shorter shows like my 10 and 20 shows, and we're also going to do a panel show here on the channel. But all those are great ideas. Tom Jr. Jackson, our own Tom Jr. Jackson, says, "Hey, you," with a super sticker. Tom, I love it. My own moderator is sending me super chats. Gotta love you, Tom. Anthony Six Scale Mafia says, "The coveted button. You'll get there soon. Over 50,000 already, and I'm closing in on 5,000 myself. But you're right. We only grow if people like us. By the way, no Exo 6 on display." Okay. All right, bro. So my man Anthony got me. So there is a company called Exo 6, and they make Star Trek action figures. That's all they make. And my man Anthony got me 7 of 9. Just arrived. It arrived yesterday, on Thursday. 7 of 9 and Chakotay. I briefly dipped into her. Haven't opened her up yet, but I will have my Exo 6 display up. So, come on, man. I can only work so fast. Riley Rayburn goes on to say, "Last one for me. I wanted to ask, how's Brian doing lately? Been a while since he's been on this show, but I speak for all. I hope he's well." Last time I talked to Brian was running around the world. He was hanging out in Israel with Quentin Tarantino for a while. And then he's been back and forth traveling places. He's been collecting a lot of movie props. The man has an incredible, if you knew the kind of things he's acquired from movie, it's insane. We text a lot. I haven't seen him in a while, but we stay in touch, and he seems to be doing okay. I think he wants to make another movie, but but I'll tell him you say hello. Guillaume LaBelle says, "Hi, Rob. What are your thoughts on Repo Men from 2010? I have the soundtrack on CD. Very underrated Jude Law and Forrest Whitaker sci-fi film. I liked Repo Men. I thought it was good. It also has a great soundtrack. And it's funny. You know what? I was listening to that last week. I have a drive full of my soundtracks on it, and a few songs from that soundtrack came on. Repo Men's. I don't love it, but it's pretty good. It's funny. I kind of think of Repo, even though it's not the same movie, but like it came out around the same time as In Time, the Justin Timberlake movie, where how much time you have left in your life is on your wrist. I don't know why I equate those two movies, but I do. But Repo Man was okay. But again, I didn't love it. It was all right. Thomas Logan said, "I got my IMAX tickets for Beau is Afraid. Got yours. I didn't know that they were on sale. I can't wait to see that. 3 hours." So Beau is Afraid is Ari Aster's 3-hour movie starring Joaquin Phoenix, Ari Aster of Hereditary and why am I drawing a blank? And Midsummer. It's Ari Aster's new movie. It's like a 3-hour long crazy psychological romp. It looks, I'm in. I didn't realize it was coming out in IMAX. I gotta get on that. Austin Boomer sends in a cool a psychedelic. Look at that. Yeah, baby. Yeah. I love that. Your Austin Powers Avi. That's very cool. Thanks for the support, member. Sean Hoover says Space Rangers. Marge Monahan from Babylon 5 starred, and it was from January 93. Wow, 30 years ago. You know what? I can't see anything about this in my mind's eye. So I don't know what it is. RJ McCready II says, "My original user account, RJ McCready, was blocked by the chat mods for this dumb comment I made about John years ago. I made a mistake and I'm a member now on RJ McCready account. Huge fan, Rob. Second chance. Well, you're here. I leave it up to Tom. I as a moderator, but RJ McCready, for your name alone, McCready, I bet you do when you lose to a computer playing chess, you dump your drink into it and call her a cheating bitch, because that's what RJ McCready would do. And I love that. So you're welcome to stay. Riley Rayburn is back. Okay, I lied. Here's the last one. If I remember, Brian owns the original Excalibur sword, doesn't he? You mentioned crazy props, insane R&B, insane. Well, I can neither confirm nor deny that Brian owns the original hero Excalibur sword that he might have acquired from John Borman himself, and John Borman might have written him a letter of authenticity, but I cannot confirm nor deny that. So I will not on this forum. Our friend Sonny Dominguez. Sonny Dominguez is the master of squirting. I'll leave it at that. Sonny Dominguez says, let's talk fucking. Monica Bellucci turned me on in Melina, then Brotherhood of the Wolf. Even as Mary Magdalene, I was still turned on. Women who are bold in their sexuality get my dick hard. Do you see any recent actresses that have the same presence? Well, Sonny, I appreciate your candor, as always. No, I think Monica Bellucci is an incredibly beautiful woman. You know, I love redheads. I mean, I got to tell you, I'm a long-term Kate Winslet admirer. I love her. I thought the performance. It's funny because in Mayor of Easttown, she was fearless in that. What a fearless performance. I don't know. Today, I really like Jessica Chastain because I love redheads. But you know, we don't have. There's something about European women. I think it's because sexuality is more ingrained in European culture in terms of our it's so weird. We don't. I don't know. There's just the maybe it's my own. There's a level of class to European women. I've always loved European women. I mean, as I grew up, I loved like soft core Euro films, like Euro sex films, like Jess Franco movies or Tinto Brass movies. Now they're going to start releasing Tinto Brass movies in 4K. I love, like I've talked about, Radley Metzger. If you guys want to watch some really interesting, if you're not, doesn't offend you, Radley Metzger, who was a filmmaker that made a lot of kind of interesting sex films. They weren't necessarily porn, but they're softcore, but they were kind of weird and surreal. He made a movie called The Licorice Quartet that I highly recommend. It's pretty interesting, and nobody ever makes movies like that anymore. There's like no eroticism, although I did see a trailer for a TV. It's like, is it a Netflix streaming show called Obsession that looked pretty good. I was like, wow, somebody's making an erotic thriller again. And then there's, of course, the Fatal Attraction series coming out, so I'm looking forward to that. But so Radley Metzger made some. This was like in the late '60s, like Cherry 2000. The movies I love by him are The Image and Licorice Quartet. And then he just went full on. He changed his nom de plume. He started directing hardcore pornography under the name Henry Paris, and he made like The Afternoons of Pamela Mann and Barbara Broadcast. These are all mid 70s movies, not for everybody, but I always love that stuff because I grew up loving 60s Hammer films, and there was just something about the women in Europe. Stubble McShave says, I liked everything except for all of the character interactions in Star Wars Attack of the Clones. I tried to watch it but stopped after 30 minutes. I always wanted Anakin's fall from grace to be more like that in Othello. Yeah, I did too. It just wasn't good. It should have been good. It just wasn't. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. Anonymous sends in a tip and says, I just wanted to support the show. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. Here's to you. Stubble says, do you think Rey will be the main character in the new Star Wars movie, or will she be more of a mentor, introducing a new cast of main characters for future movies? Oh, I think they're definitely going to introduce a new main cast. But I do think that she is going to be the main character. There's going to be secondary characters around her, but I think she's going to be the main character. I do. Anonymous says, I just got home from a late night of filming, dumping footage now, and really digging. I have an RMB stream to occupy my mind. Also, definitely will be sending you the script I'm working on for the future, for the feature of There's Something in the Silence. Oh, rock on, Rob. Do that, because I'm always looking for, I did produce The Hills Run Red and Tango Shalom, and There's Something in the Silence. I love that so much. That was we did a little film festival on this channel, and that was a banger of a short film that was sent in. Fredo Valcoles, Fredo is here. He's a member of the channel. Hello, Fredo. How are you? It's always good to see you. I just love saying Fredo. Speaking of that, Mario Lopez is here, all the way from Portugal. Mario Lopez is a longtime channel member, all the way from Portugal. First of all, Mario, you know what I got to ask? How's your mom? Just tell her I say hello. Here's a drink to her. Dan Candy says, what was the Enterprise's involvement in the Dominion War? Will we ever find out? There were numerous novels written about the Enterprise's involvement in the Dominion War, but not really. Although, well, I'm not going to say, but you never know. You never know what's going to happen in the next couple of episodes of Star Trek Picard. We'll see. Living with Dameron says... Living with Dameron says, I bought my first hot toy. It's inflatable. It has a V and a mouth hole. Wrong side for that, I guess. I'm ashamed. Satisfied, but ashamed. Jokes aside, good night, all. Well, Living with Dameron, I'm glad, I would have said it's not exactly the kind of hot toy I mean, but hey, if it works for you, if it's fully articulated and it's, just keep it in mint condition. That's all I would say. Glenn Mark says, if I can get administration access, I'm happy to do the time stamping for you, Rob. Oh, Glenn Mark, I would totally do that. That'd be amazing. Well, now is the time, kids. Now is the time where I think I could actually open this up. So here's how it's going to go. Normally, I don't do this on Robservations. Normally. But I'm going to do it on Robservations just because new people are here. We got 900 viewers watching. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a link into the live chat, and with this software, I can only take 2 people at a time, but I'm going to bring on, so if you have a good camera and a good mic and you want to come on the show live, and don't do anything like nutty, because then I'll have to, hopefully, you're not doing anything untoward in the background, but and don't do that. I mean, obviously I'll see, so I don't have to put you on, but so what we're going to do is I'm going to let you in. I'm going to put the link out. And I would ask people at first who have never been on the show so if you've been on the show, hang back a little while and see who shows up. So if you've never been on the show, and we'll see who comes. So here goes the link into the live chat. Let's see who's going to come on, because it's always fun to see who is going to come on the show. And, we'll see who comes on. I don't know. And when people come, I'll tell you what, when people come if somebody comes on the link, I'll play a clip from Free Enterprise while I'm getting ready for people to come on the show. As a matter of fact, I just realized that I don't have my, well, you know what I'll do? I'll use I don't have my 3 boxes. I don't have my 3 boxes ready to go. So we'll see. We'll see if anyone wants to come on the show or not. But hey, it's in the live chat. Oh, someone's here. Let's see who's here. Lore. Well, that's appropriate. It's different spelling. But Lore, can you hear me? I don't see Lore. I don't see or hear you. I don't even know if you're there. But we'll see. And King Tannic, come on, man. All right, I can't hear you, by the way. I can't hear you. I can see you, but I can't hear you. And I can't see Lore. Oh, yeah, you sound good. All right, since I kept you up late, and since you are part of the channel, and since Lore isn't here, I'll put you in. I'm going to put King Tannic, ladies and gentlemen. You know him, you love him. He is King Tannic. He is the host of the Otaku Experience, and usually I'm much drunker by this time on Midnight Musings. So I'm going to put him in here, and I'm actually not inebriated, which I guess is good. So let me put you into the show, King Tannic, and I will bring you on. And it's great because you're young. You're a young person with exciting prospects. So, dude, you're not even. I know you're not 21. Hey, you're a little loud. You're a little loud. Little loud. Just change down. Bring down. I'll leave Laura there if Laura's going to stick around. But King Tannic, welcome to the show. Welcome to Robservations, ladies and gentlemen. The host, the creator, the impresario of the Otaku Experience. It is King Tannic. Hello, King Tannic, and you're coming to us all the way from Texas, right?
I am. I'm trying to fix. I don't want it to be too loud. Maybe I'll just scoot it away from me.
Yeah. You sound good. It's just a little loud.
Okay. This is what I get for messing with.
My favorite silent film is probably Elk 3, probably Sunrise. Murnau's Sunrise is probably my favorite. Although I do love. I do love. You know what I really love is I really love the Dr. Mabusa series. I love those too. So, anyways, yeah, that's great. That sounds great.
I looked at the stream and I'm looking around my settings and I look and it looks like I'm like trapped in the box trying to find my way out. I'm like, where?
So let me ask you this: since you're here, and let's promote your work.
Sure.
What you came to me? You've done 10 episodes now of the Otaku Experience.
I have
10 episodes. Why did you want to do the Otaku Experience? And tell us a little bit about what anime means to you.
Ooh, okay.
I know, right? It's like late night. Usually it's like, listen, man, I'll tell you what to do. Yeah, but man. No, seriously, I'm not my normal inebriated late night self.
Let me take a sip of my quote unquote wine. It's not real. It's
right.
It's Dr. Pepper. It's fine.
That's okay. Well, I'm gonna have a swig of Diet Coke then. How about that?
Hello, everyone in the chat. Okay. So I am Israel, King Tannic. Hello.
Hello.
I've made my way around the interwebs. I've super chatted on the John Campea show. Obviously, I work with Rob. I've been on Star Wars Theory one time. I got on.
I like him very much.
I had to talk to him. Yeah, I like the guy. He's pretty fair. His reaction to a lot of the news today was
that's what I heard.
That was really fun. It was really interesting. But okay, so I pitched this idea to Rob, and Rob, let me know if my mic goes hot again.
No, you sound good.
But I pitched this idea to Rob, and I was like, hey, I really like anime, but I noticed you, the John Campea show, Christian Harloff, no one has an anime show, which is very surprising to me because of how big the anime industry is getting. We're getting to the point where, Chainsaw Man was one of the most watched and I believe a top 2, if not the number 1 most pirated show of 2022.
Right.
It was either that or House of the Dragon, but anime is getting so insanely popular, and you look at the Demon Slayer movie and it's making $500 million. It's like a full-fledged industry, and so I felt like the market was kind of underrepresented on YouTube in this type of space. So I pitched it to Rob, and I was like, hey, Rob, if I do all of the work and I just send it to you to put it up on the channel, would you let me do the show? And he was like, yeah, just make sure it's consistent. And I did my darndest to do that, and we've been going for 10 weeks strong now, and I'm really enjoying the show.
Well, I have to say, kudos to you because I think you do a great job. I think you're a YouTube natural, and I really think that I really like your energy, and I like what you're bringing to the show. I mean, I think it's a really good show, and I like watching it. You send it to me. I asked you just to get me stuff. I've really appreciated. I asked you to get it to me on time, and you've always done that. And it's fun to watch because then I download the show, re-upload it, and then I watch it when I get it, and it's pretty cool. And I'm really enjoying the show, and I think you do a great job. I mean, we gotta get more views, and I want to I'm gonna start advertising.
It's been going back up.
I know. I think that we've got, because of all the new subscribers, I just think that in a way, I think that there's just people don't know it's there. And
Right.
and one of the things on the channel that people have been saying to me is like, well, why do you have other people on the channel? A lot of people don't dig that. And I'm like, well, it is called the Burnettwork. It's a network. And that was my dream on YouTube has always been for this channel. I would love to do 12 hours of original programming a day. That's always been because I mean you can play the algorithms and all that, and I understand that, but I just think it would be really cool to have all kinds of different creators doing different things on the channel.
Do you mind if I just to kind of get at your mind a little bit and see like your thought process through this? I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate and kind of do the opposite argument of that. I would
hang on a second before you do that.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm going to bring on Binary Sunset Media.
Yo, Binary, what's up?
He's up, so he's up late, and we're going to bring him on this show, and we'll have him come on. But hang on, let me just let me put him in here. I'll put you in, Coach. So we got Binary Sunset Media is in the center square. Circle gets the square. How are you, sir?
Good. How about you guys?
If you could turn up your mic a little bit, just make it a little louder, that'd be great. So, okay, you're about to hammer me with getting 12 hours of original content.
Oh, okay. So I was just gonna say, I think, I think one of the many criticisms of cable news, along with it being, a bunch of commercialized, biased stuff like that, no matter which side of the aisle you're on,
sure,
you go to different news sources. I think one of the other big criticisms to those things is when you have in cases 24-hour news, you get to the point where you almost have nothing to cover at some points in the day. And so I would just say, is there like is that a worry for you that with 12 hours of content throughout the day, are you worried that there would get some stuff that would be redundant or stuff that wouldn't?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've got a very good friend of mine is director producer Darren Scott, and Darren produced like the movie Menace to Society, and he's been making the Tales from the Hood movies, and he is a film scholar, and he is always talking about like cult movies and film noir from the 40s, and I asked him if he would do a show for the channel, and he came up. He goes, I would like to do a show called Confessions of a Black Film Fanatic. And he wants to delve into all of these things. And I said, that's a great idea for a show. And if I do a panel show, I'd probably have him also on the panel because, he's been working in the industry for as long as I have, if not longer. He has more experience. And what I'd want is not necessarily do news, but like your show, I'll have those like confessions of a black film fanatic or whatever anybody else wants to do, and have it. I wanted this channel to do two things. One, celebrate geekiness. We're not nerds or geeks, we're imagination connoisseurs, so it's to celebrate imagination connoisseurship. I want to do a show on authors because I read so much. I want to do a genre authors and go after all my favorite authors and have conversations with my favorite authors. I'd want to do that and just cover all different facets of entertainment media.
Are you planning on doing or having someone do a music show too?
I'd love to. Like one of my favorite YouTube channels is Professor of Rock. I don't know if you watch that, but Professor of Rock is great. He was a rock critic out of the Midwest, and then suddenly when he jumped on YouTube, he came onto YouTube well-funded with a show that's really slickly made. And when it first started, he didn't have very many views. I remember when he came on and I found his channel, and it quickly exploded. And he really knows his shit. And to me, those are the kind of shows on. It's great to be a pundit, but I really like experts in pop culture. And Professor of Rock, if you like music, especially if you grew up in the 70s, 80s, and the 90s, his show is terrific. He does deep dives into the makings of individual songs or albums or bands, and he's really great. So let me ask you this, Binary Sunset Media. One, how are you, and where are you coming to us from tonight?
I'm good, and I'm coming from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada.
Where John Campea has lived and worked. Welcome, and how's the weather there? Is it still cold for you?
It's okay. Today was a pretty good day, but it's warming up, slightly melting, but the winter always wants to hold on with a tight grip.
Right. From what I understand about Saskatoon, it's true.
Oh yeah.
By the way, our friend Austin Boomer asks if there's any plans for me to do a deep dive into Blake's 7, maybe like you did with The Prisoner. Well, there's a lot more episodes of Blake's 7s. For those of you who don't know, Blake's 7 was a TV series, a British TV show created by Terry Nation that ran 4 seasons, and it's really cool. It's a space opera, and this group, Blake and his group of freedom fighters were fighting against a tyrannical, not really an empire, but a tyrannical government, sort of. It's really, really good. I actually have the DVD set for all 4 seasons. That would be a great idea. The thing about that is, though, not a lot of Americans know Blake 7, and it's pretty obscure. So it's not a bad idea because the show is great. And it also has one of my favorite, Blake's ship before it got destroyed, the Liberator, is one of my favorite sci-fi ships of all time. So it's not a bad idea, Austin, to do that. And then Guillaume Lebel asks, what was the last spoof movie that you actually liked? Well, I'd throw that one out to you two. Do you guys like spoof movies like Scary Movie or Hot Shots Part 2? Or, do you like anything like that?
I don't think I've ever seen a spoof movie, if to be honest with you.
What? You young? Well, it's because you're young. You were born yesterday.
You're right.
I mean, come on.
You're right.
You know what I have to tell you? There's a movie that came out in 1981 from Paramount called Student Bodies. And it's hilarious. And I had forgotten how, I don't know why I was going down some Student Bodies rabbit hole, or somebody tweeted something to me and I went and looked it up to see. And it's on Blu-ray. I've got to get it. But there's just some clips. I mean, that movie is so raunchy. It's so good. And they don't make movies like that anymore. But probably my favorite spoof movie is probably Top Secret. I don't know if you could call it a spoof. I mean, it's kind of a movie unto itself, like a Johnny Dangerously, but it was made by Abrams and Zucker. And of course, Airplane. I mean, Airplane's probably the granddaddy of all modern spoof movies.
It's the granddaddy, but actually, one of the spoof movies that I actually want to hip to is actually Club Dread.
Oh, I love Club Dread. That's Broken Lizard.
Exactly, but what happened was after Super Troopers, Club Dread came out. Nobody saw it, but I thought it was a perfect spoof of the slasher genre.
Yep.
Like, they had the scary movies coming out, but they weren't making fun of horror movies or the slasher genre. Club Dread perfectly spoofed the horror genre, even with the, I don't want to spoil the ending, but there's like this, like, where the villain's like still alive kind of thing. But then they came back with a few other movies and they did the Super Troopers too. But
yeah.
Club Dread was actually a spoof on the genre, where Scary Movie wasn't. They spoofed other things, and I just felt that it doesn't get a lot of praise, let's say.
Yeah, no, I love Club Dread. I love the Broken Lizard guys. I mean, Super Troopers. I actually, here's a funny story. I had a friend, Amy Cohen, who used to be George Clooney's assistant, and she had me do some editorial work on Super Troopers when it was just a little, like, she was working on it with those guys, and I kind of hung out with those guys. This was 20 years ago, and 25 years ago. And they were great. I love those guys. They were so funny. And yeah, I did a little bit of trimming on Super Troopers. But I love them. I love, their stuff's pretty hit and miss.
Exactly.
But Club Dread's great. I really like Club Dread. So that's Guillaume. That was a great question. Thomas Logan says, Free Enterprise Limited Edition 4K remaster with commentary track number 4, Bryan Singer and Brian Fuller, fire. Also track 5, Dieter Bastian and George Feltenstein. Dieter Bastian does not like Free Enterprise, the movie I make. He doesn't like it at all. So That would be funny to get him to do a commentary track. Jermaine Sneed says, Ray criticism is fair. Not all criticism of Star Wars is of the sexist, racist nature, but diversity, woke. We live in a diverse society, and it should be reflected in content. The word woke is overused. Oh, I would agree with that. And I would say that on this channel, one of the things that I most advocate is I like hearing other voices. Whether it's marginalized voices or voices we haven't heard, I like hearing stories that I haven't heard yet. And I think that, there's so many groups of people of all shapes, sizes, colors, creeds, sexualities, religious beliefs, whatever, that I like to hear from them. What I don't like is I don't like when agendas and ideology come before characters and story. The same way I don't like it when people put their universe before their characters or their story. Like somebody says, oh, we're going to promote this by making sure that there's inclusion. And to me, that means your story is going to be unbalanced and not true. You're going to lean more into your ideology. And it's like, I prefer, if you think about a movie like Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. Do the Right Thing is a very, people might call it woke. People might say but it works. The story that it tells is a great story. And there's a reason for the way it's set up, and it is very incendiary. But I think it works. It's a story that's true to itself. And it's very much a revolutionary protest kind of a film, and rightfully so. And I don't, maybe if it came out now, people would bitch and moan and complain about it, but I think it's a legitimately great film. It's one of the great American films of the 80s and 90s. And I want to see more stuff like that. But, when to me, it's an interesting thing. Like, a lot of people are bitching about The Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid's based on a Hans Christian Andersen story. I've seen the statue of the Little Mermaid in Copenhagen. Now, I don't care that they swap. I actually think that the girl, Halle Berry, is beautiful. She can really sing. And I would just, I choose to believe, yeah, she's a fox, right? I can't say that because I'm an old man. You can, though. But I can recognize she's a very attractive lady. But, so I would say that, okay, so she's not from the North Atlantic. She's from the Caribbean. Because Sebastian's a Caribbean crab. So, he speaks in his patois, so why can't she be from his neck of the woods? It's okay.
See, I agree with you, Rob, but also too, I think it's funny, the definition of the word, because Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing would not be considered woke because it was authentic. For myself,
that's right. You're right.
I feel that woke, what happened is that term morphed. To what happened is like when people are Instagramming, like, hey, I'm at a protest, it becomes just like, oh, buzzword, I'm woke, bro. Like,
yeah.
Where there is still, like, we know some issues that need to be dealt with, but at the same time, I think with The Little Mermaid, like you're bringing up, I think there are some people that just want to see, let's say, the literal animation brought to life. And they get a little disappointed, and it's unfortunate they have to be lumped in, let's say, with it being racist. Where I don't think that should be an issue, because, like, Brandy, a lot of people forget this, and I think there's actually going to be something coming out late. She was Cinderella in the 90s. They did a Cinderella movie where Brandy, but they're bringing her back, like, for something, I don't know.
They're doing for the Disney Plus Descendants movie.
Yeah,
something like
exactly.
That? Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, it just seemed like they would do these kind of like swaps or something, and people wouldn't get too up in arms. But at the same time, I think there are some people, it's like, I want to see just the literal adaptation of the animation, and they get lumped in, let's say, and then people.
Oh no, I think that there's a lot of that. I think that though for The Little Mermaid, I think they probably cast a wide net in terms of who they were casting, because they needed somebody who could act and who could also sing, and not just sing but sing well. And I think they found, and by the way, it's Halle Berry, right? Halle Bailey,
yeah.
Halle Bailey. she has an incredibly beautiful face that has an ethereal quality to it. Like she looks in a way sort of otherworldly. Like I would cast her to play an alien, even though she's beautiful. There is something about her that's otherworldly. And I'm sure when they were going through the casting process, somebody said, you know what, she could play a great mermaid. So I don't think that they actively said, well, we're going to like race swap this character or something.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
they found the best person for the role.
Exactly. But who was, sorry, Rob, but who was the actress that played that role in Star Trek Beyond? Because she has an interesting face too.
Yeah. She was in Kingsman, and why am I drawing a blank on her name?
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Wasn't she in The Mummy too?
Yeah. Sophia Boutella.
Exactly. I'm just saying that when you see her in that makeup, she has an interesting structure too, right?
Yeah.
Like like I get what you're saying, and I agree with you. I have no problem with that. I just think, like you guys are saying or talking about, in regards to this, just being like completely regarded as like, some people just go, oh, it's going to be bad as woke. But I will say this about Star Trek season Picard, season 3. What I've actually
watch your tongue.
Loved, no. But what I've loved about it, though, Rob, what you have to admit is the fans that have been arguing about those little things, like why would there be a changeling bucket on the ship?
Right.
You know, this is like the arguments that, Next Gen, and when Deep Space Nine was coming out, we would have arguments from episode to episode. It wasn't just like, oh, this sucks because of this. It was getting into the nerdy kind of stuff, and it was fun because you can make up like reasoning. Oh, because Odo like put that into the
That's what I would say. Like a changeling isn't going to bring a bucket that he can sleep in with him as he walks on the ship.
Well, I thought maybe he could hide it within himself before, like
maybe
Marsha revealed. She, like they said, these new changelings could replicate But I mean, the arguments have been nerd based. They haven't been like the same kind of like, oh, it's this agenda based or whatever it is. It's been, and I think that's a fun argument to have.
Yeah, no, I think so too, and I like that. I think what's interesting about Picard season 3 is that it's dealing with a lot of genuine emotion, in terms of people as opposed to being Star Trek, and that's what I like. I mean, it feels like a show that, as I've grown up, these characters are dealing with things that I deal with in my own personal life. But I just want to finish out what Jermaine was saying in his super chat. He said, Ray criticism is fair. Not all criticism of Star Wars is of the sexist, racist nature, but diversity woke. We live in a diverse society, and it should be reflected in content. I agree with that, but I would hope that, like, again, I want to see more creators creating stories about their own communities and things like that, and rather than swapping out races or sexualities or genders in stories, I would rather see people of those communities tell their tales as opposed to transposing these things on previously existing stories, because I want to hear those stories. I want to hear
they would be new and they'd be original.
Yeah, I mean, that's why when you see,
because like
a movie like Parasite, when Parasite won the Academy Award, I've been a big fan of Korean cinema over the last 20 years, and I've been surprised. I mean, we get something like Squid Game or we get a Parasite. It gives us a lot of insight into Korean culture. And it's interesting, like over the last 20 years, they've made some fantastic horror films, movies like I Saw the Devil, great stuff. And so it's like, I want more people to watch not just Academy Award winners, but to go delve in to Korean action, to Korean crime thrillers, to Korean horror films. There's so much great work being done in Korea cinematically that I want people to see those movies. Or like when RRR becomes popular in the United States, people are like, I've never seen a movie like this before. I want more of that to happen. And because I've grown up watching movies from all over the world. So, that's what I want. I want to get more of those voices. And, again, the reason as corporations want to appeal, they want to appear that they're appeasing marginalized communities to curry favor and come off looking good. And I think the objection is when corporations are doing these things, it really feels like it's performative activism. And I think that's what people are objecting to most. Like, we all know, it's like, don't be disingenuous with what you're doing. Don't just try and make us think that you're trying to accomplish something that you're really not. If you really want to prove to us, hire filmmakers of color that haven't made a feature before. Let them step up to the plate and make a movie. You know, find foreign directors from other countries, bring them over here and let them make a film. Put your money where your mouth is.
One, let them tell the stories that they want to tell.
Yes.
Because who's to say that a person of color can't tell the definitive King Arthur story?
Of course. Or a King Arthur story set in wherever they're from.
Wherever they want to do. And like you were saying, and I agree with you, growing up too, like I saw different films from around the world, and I saw these different cultures, and I related to the human condition, not just solely based on, just this. But, I'd say with Ray, it's interesting because a lot of people forget when The Force Awakens came out, people didn't really hate on these characters. It wasn't until The Last Jedi that they really started to see, because a lot of people, there was some leeway about, well, where is this going? What are they doing? And I remember hearing, that's when it really started to zero in on a character like Rey. Before that, they were giving a little bit of...
Well, I mean, when I saw the movie, I was annoyed that Rey could just climb into the Millennium Falcon cockpit and fly it through a crashed Star Destroyer. I'm like, give me a break. She's never flown there's no indication she was even a pilot. And people would say, well, that's because the Force is flowing with her. Look, the Force doesn't make you suddenly have skills that you've never had before. The Force can't make you a brilliant pilot. There was no indication she could fly. She could go in and salvage from a crashed Star Destroyer, but we're asked to believe that she flies that even better than Han Solo could. So when I saw that movie, I have to say, I walked out of The Force Awakens. I hated it. I hated it as much as I hated J.J. Abrams' Star Wars movies, because it was full of stupid shit like that. And I was asked to believe, I don't even know what the story, to be honest, what is the story of that movie? I watch it and it kind of meanders around, and they vaguely are looking for Luke and Rey. I mean, they've got a, why do they blow up why are they just randomly blowing up a planet? Why would anyone allow the First Order to build a planetary based weapon within striking distance of the middle of the? I mean, it's like I'm looking at this going that, and this is the same thing about J.J. Abrams. J.J. Abrams Star Trek movies and J.J. Abrams Star Wars movies are the dumbest science fiction movies ever made. But they're just monumentally stupid.
It's what happens with the J.J. Abrams movies, just in particular, is I found this with the 09 Star Trek, even with The Force Awakens. You watch them first and you kind of walk away, okay, not saying it yourself, but you walk away kind of like, okay, I think that was kind of good, or like a cinematic.
Oh, I had fun. It was fun watching it.
Fun, right? But when you rewatch it, you start to see it falling apart. Every time you watch it, it starts to fall apart even more.
Yeah.
Because with the Star Trek 09, I thought, okay, fine. This is a Star Trek movie for other people to get into Star Trek.
Well, what it was it was a Star Trek movie that was made to look and feel like someone else's movie, like a Star Wars movie, to attract people to a franchise that didn't need that. Because a lot of the time what they try and do, Star Trek is not Star Wars. It never was Star Wars. Star Trek is a
will be.
niche. It's a niche
Exactly.
IP. And again, corporate thinking is that we could turn Star Trek into Star Wars by making it feel that way. But then what you're doing is you're not making Star Trek anymore.
Rob, okay, I want to tell you something. I recently showed somebody, a friend of mine, good friend of mine, Star Trek, the motion picture, and Wrath of Khan for the first time. He's never seen them. And he was, you know what he was blown away by? Like, he could not believe was the portrayal of Kirk by William Shatner. He said, this does not resemble any of the tropes or like the frat boy portrayal that he said, this is measured. I cannot, he broke down all, this is a cinephile guy.
Yeah.
He broke down his performance beat by beat in the motion picture and the Wrath of Khan. He likes them. He loved the motion picture more than Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
But he broke it down.
Your friend is smart.
Yes, he is. He's a great guy. But it was intriguing to me because I've grown up like yourself with Star Trek and Kirk and William Shatner in the original series. We know this internally, but we kind of take it for granted when somebody else comes into it, viewing it from outside party. And he said, this is none of the tropes out there.
No.
He is a measured, calculating. He said he's a very confident person, but at the same time, he does not match any of these tropes that the other films or anything, because he saw the JJ films, he saw the,
Yep.
Shatner, kind of parodies. But he said, this is beyond. This is nothing like that. He was blown away.
Well, that's the thing. There's a pop culture memory of what Star Trek is that is not reflective of the show. And it's like what things like, oh, there's the Gorn and there's Tribbles and Kirk kisses all these girls and does this flying kicks and all of these like tropey things that people come up with. And when they watch it, because it's hard for people to go back and watch the original series without feeling that it's sort of goofy because it was 60s television. So, it's like, people who King Tannic, like when people watch anime, you try to show someone anime for the first time, and they've never watched it before. There's a lot of performance things and how people's faces will change. Like suddenly you'll have one movement and someone's cheeks get all red and they have this big giant, I'm embarrassed look on their face.
Constantly shifts tones.
Yeah, and people don't know what that means, unless they understand the form. Mm-hmm. So when they get into watching it, it's hard for them to accept that kind of stuff. You have to train yourself to watch these things. And I think that's true of a lot of old movies. Like modern audiences, when I was growing up, and I've said this often, in one day, like I'd get up in the morning, they would show Our Gang shorts like Spanky and Alfalfa from the 1930s.
Barry Boys, too.
Yeah, we're on TV. Then I would go to school, and I'd come home, and there was like Leave It to Beaver on, which was 1950s. And there would be a 3-hour block of programming where it'd be like My Three Sons, I Dream of Jeannie, The Partridge Family, The Brady Bunch. So in one day, I, as a kid, was growing up watching American movies or something from the 30s, the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s in one day. So you're seeing 40 years of Americana with the 40s and 50s, maybe nothing from the 40s, but you're seeing 50 years of entertainment represented. So when I was growing up, I never thought like, well, I'm not going to watch something that is in black and white because I had seen Our Gang shorts and Leave It to Beaver. There was no other thing. Nowadays, you can't get a kid to watch something that's in black and white. They're not going to watch an Our Gang short from the 1930s. But when we were growing up, it's not like this isn't me going, old man shouting at clouds. It's just that because we had a lot less choices of what to see and the things that we would watch, we were sort of forced into experiencing these things. But it taught you to be discerning and understand like, oh, I will watch a black and white movie because I've seen funny comedies and I've seen funny sitcoms and monster movies from the 30s, like the original Frankenstein and Dracula and Wolfman and the Invisible Man and all that. I love those movies when I was a kid, but they were only in black and white, so I never thought, well, I'm not going to watch those because they're old. I never thought that. It was just Frankenstein happened to be made in the 30s. And I understood that even when I was like 8 years old. My dad's like, Frankenstein's on tonight, son. And I'd be like, oh my God. You know, I watch it. And it was great. And to me, the fact that it was black and white, that was what Frankenstein just was black and white. So it wouldn't be like, I'm not going to watch it. It's Frankenstein. And nowadays that doesn't happen at all.
Yeah, I mean, my little brother is 12. He's going to turn 13 later this year. And forget like the black and white stuff. I have trouble even trying to get him to watch the, Disney Renaissance films. And those are in color. There's just a total disconnect there. But getting back to the other thing, because I did want to say something about the woke thing.
Yeah.
I think it comes down to intent. When I was in high school, I did a class on student directing because obviously I want to be a director and work in film.
By the way, just so you know, there's people wondering, I will swap people out.
Okay.
I will swap, but this is a good conversation.
And when I was a junior in high school, it was the first time I took the class. I wanted to tell a story about loss and love. I didn't try to like, hey, I want to tell a story that has these type of people in it, or that has this in there, this type of messaging or this moral. I had a story that I wanted to tell that was about love and loss. When I was a senior, I wrote a play that got turned down because it was too mature. But that was about grief and depression and mental health. And then I then wrote a second play after that, after the other one got turned down. That was then about, a girl realizing that she has cancer in her teenage years, and she's, going through her last few months of living and how she's going to grapple with that and like what her legacy is going to be. Never once, and I'm writing a movie right now, but it's a story about a father and a son coming back together after so many years of a broken relationship. Never once when I have planned something that I want to do, have I ever thought about the race of the characters? Have I ever thought the messaging I wanted to be in there? Any type of agenda? It's always been, I want to see characters go on a journey that I can relate to.
Right.
And
me too.
In every case, I mean, I haven't had the largest audience ever, but in every case, I've seen it with the documentary. I've seen it with the plays I've directed and written, that so far, I think people can tell when, even if it's not the best directed or the best written, they can tell when something is genuine. And when it becomes a commercial product that is that is filled with agenda and becomes sort of not even a thing anymore. Like that was probably my biggest problem with She-Hulk, is it didn't feel like something that the writer wanted to write. It felt like a product. They're like, hey, we can put this in there, we can do that, we can shove that in there. And I think that's where the disconnect was with the audience.
I completely agree. I think what audiences are looking for is genuine entertainment, and She-Hulk was all over the place. I think I'm watching She-Hulk, and I really like Tatiana Maslany being She-Hulk, but that show didn't know what it wanted to be. I'm like, from one episode to the next, I'm like, what kind of a show is this? And it was that's what I can't stand.
It was mediocre writing too, because it wasn't exactly funny, but at the same time, I was shocked by when you get to the end, it insults its audience, but also too, it's talking about a segment of the audience that a lot of the people would not be even aware of, like if they're not online. So it's like they're kind of lost, and it feels that it's not real. It doesn't feel true. I was really disappointed because I love the She-Hulk character from Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
I love that character. And what's great about that character is her confidence. And it was a real big letdown. And that's where I'm slightly worried about the Fantastic Four. I don't feel that property will ever be fully realized. 100%.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that.
I think about Andor, And I'm like, I think about that, and I've heard some people criticize Andor for being like, it's super leftist and woke, and it has an agenda. And I disagree. I think that
I
Andor
disagree too.
is about the
I
rise of a
disagree,
rebellion
too.
and how empires
That
rise. But everything
Andor
about
is
Andor, while I don't think it was created with an agenda, when you write something, I forget who said it, but someone said the quote, all art is political. Like
Right.
you can't help but
Yeah.
breathe your own views into what you create. And so
Right.
everything you create is going to be inherently political. So don't try to make it to be political, because it's naturally going to do that. Just try to focus on telling a good story. And I think that's the problem.
Well,
Oh, go ahead.
well, I was gonna say Andor. I don't feel was woke in any shape or form.
Yeah, neither do I.
It actually,
Me neither.
it told a really concise and awesome story. And what happened too, it's funny because if you could apply it, seriously, the prison arc could be an allegory to COVID.
Yeah, sure.
Being confined. There's lots, but just hold on. I just wanted to say that's what great science fiction does. You could apply it, but it's not giving a hard stance. But the viewer could look at that and say, does this apply to this or that? But it's not giving
Well,
okay, go on, Rob.
well, I was going to say the thing about Star Wars is it's literally about it's about a group of rebels that want to topple a government.
Exactly.
I mean, it's literally a political story.
Exactly.
And what I find what's disheartening to me is, people say, well, I don't want politics in my entertainment now. What I think that it used to be like I'm from a Jewish family, and when we'd have Thanksgiving dinner, we would have these very elevated conversations about politics, and not everybody agreed. But we had really interesting conversations. Like, we all loved each other because we were all part of the same extended family. But when we'd have political conversations, it was always very interesting. And I remember as a kid, I learned a lot. But nobody was like, fuck you, I don't believe in you, fuck you, and nobody was like that. And because here was the thing, the people were, like my family, were very learned people. And so when they would have conversations, they had these very elevated conversations about their political points of view. And what I can't stand now is the discourse itself. The level of discourse is the people that are arguing don't know what they're talking about. They don't know, like they don't understand how our constitutional republic works. And I think a lot of it is because we don't teach civics anymore in school. And so there's a lot of people that they do not understand what they're arguing for and against. And they don't even understand what they might lose. It's just like, you don't like this person and I don't like you, whatever. It's so, and what I feel is really dangerous about where America is at right now is we really don't have political discourse anymore. It's tribal. And it's come down to the fact that you're part of my tribe and I'm part of, you're part of, I don't like you, you're not part of my tribe, fuck off. And when people use language like, I hate when people either call me when someone writes Dem, the Dems, Dems, I'm out. I'm like, I know it seems silly, but if you're going to talk to me that way and talk about the Dems and the leftists or the lefties or whatever, but when you say Dems, that means all you've done is consumed other people's ideas. Whether it's Fox News talking points, you have nothing of value to say yourself, because if you were a deep thinker or really thought about your politics, you wouldn't be calling you wouldn't be reductive when talking about the opposing side. And our political discourse has become so dumbed down that nobody can actually have, and we need to get our act together. America, what is all the lessons in life that you need to know are in The Godfather. They're all in The Godfather. You need to listen to The Godfather, watch The Godfather, and one of the first lessons in The Godfather is never let anyone outside the family know what you're thinking. And in that case, we're talking about America. On the world stage, all we do is announce to the world how weak we are as a country. all of this political infighting when Ron DeSantis is going after Disney. I'm going to put tolls on the roads that go to Disney World. I mean, like, I was saying this last night and somebody said my take was terrible about this. I'm like, look, man, Disney employs more people in Florida than anyone else. They've been there. They've been running their shit since 1967. The reason they had all of this is because of how much infrastructure they've built. Disneyland has it's like a real city. And you're going to pick a fight with the largest employer in your own state? And then Disney, of course, is trying to tell the don't say gay bill. Like, Disney was getting involved in local politics as well, which probably wasn't something that they should have done. So they picked a fight, and there's all this stuff.
But that was when Chapek was still there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Iger had to come and clean up the mess.
Yeah, and you look at all this stuff, and it's like, look, if we're fighting amongst ourselves, and by the way, that's all been, we're weak. Mm-hmm. We are weak. And the thing that I can't stand about the political discourse in this country over the last 10 or 15 years is we're telling the rest of the world that we're weak. And it's frustrating to watch.
Well, exactly. But also, too, that's where it goes back to what I was talking about with the Picard season 3, where at least there was starting to be some sort of discussion about, like the nerd stuff. It wasn't breaking it down into these tribal or...
right, yeah.
I wanted to reach out to Titanic about the anime stuff. I wanted to say, because I, like, probably with Rob too, I'm an old school anime fan.
Me too.
So I'm an anime fan, which is like, okay, Akira, Ninja Scroll, like kind of those beats in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. I
liked anime when nobody liked anime. And they said, you know what they called it? Everybody in the chat, and you will laugh. They said, oh, that's Sailor Moon animation. That's Sailor Moon animation. Because that was their only frame of reference, right? At the time. And now I look at it, it's so vast. Like, it's so it's so overwhelming. Where to start?
Well, it's funny. The thing about Akira, the first time I ever went to the San Diego Comic-Con was in 1988. And the one thing I bought when I was down there, it was still old men, sweaty dudes rifling through long boxes. There's no one else there. And one guy had Akira on Laserdisc, but it was only the Japanese version. Akira hadn't come to America, and I'd heard talk of this Akira. And I bought the Laserdisc. It was like $150 or something, some really expensive disc, and I'd never seen it. And I knew it was in Japanese. I knew there was no English subtitles. So I bring it home, and I put it on in my system, in my home theater system. It was in my bedroom at the time. And when I first watched, the thing about Akira that blew me away from the opening sequence when they go into the bar, the kids are going into the bar and they put the jukebox on and you hear that great piece of music, was how they animated light. Like neon lights and the sound and the way light shaft. I had never seen animation ever animate light this way. And I was like, I was mesmerized. And then, of course, this incredible piece of music kicks in when you see the clowns and Kaneda's gang. They're fighting on the motorcycles at the beginning. Canada, Tetsuo, do. I was watching this and I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was so blown away. I'm sitting there in my bedroom, in West LA, in the summer, in August, right before school is about to start. And my roommate at the time, we found some poor Japanese exchange student. We dragged him home one day to translate exactly. Akira. And he would watch it, and every 5 minutes, what do they say? What's going on? And that poor kid, because he was Japanese, it was his, it's my honor, we're like, are you sure? And it was like, he was there for like 5 hours. We bought him dinner. He was cool, but it was just like, I thought that
here in Canada, we had the Space Channel and a channel called Teletoon, and they would actually broadcast late at night anime films from the 80s. So you had films like I got here on Blu-ray. So you got Pat LaBorde.
Yeah, I have a great box set of Pat LaBorde.
I love Pat LaBorde. And Venus Wars.
Yep.
That's
And
great.
there was other things like Vampire Hunter D. I had a great Laserdisc of Vampire Hunter D. And that was when we started to get that, and you'd find that those anime at conventions. I mean, we had Robotech, but I'm like, I need the original versions of Macross and Southern Cross and Genesis Climber, Most Speed. I need that stuff. I don't want to watch the Americanized version of that shit, you know. And
it's funny. I think Venus Wars wasn't on Blu-ray till maybe last year because I had the VHS, and a friend of mine got this for me because we watched this all the time growing up. It was big time. But those are nostalgic.
Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna swap you guys out. I'm gonna bring on some more people. And before I do that, Israel, first of all, King Tannic, tell us. We got another episode. Do we have a preview of what you're gonna put in the next episode of the Otaku Experience?
Okay, so this next episode, we're going to be, since Mario is Nintendo and Nintendo's Japanese, we're going to be talking about Mario a little bit. We'll be talking about the box office and kind of like our expectations.
Which, by the way, is monstrous. Monstrous.
Dude, have you seen the movie yet?
No.
I loved it personally. I will say, Princess Peach in that movie, that it has been a while since a female character has made me that aroused before. It's been a while.
Wow. you and Sonny Dominguez, man.
I'm in Mario. I'm in a kids movie, and I'm like, wow.
Well,
like,
it is
on that motorcycle, and I'm like,
it is Anya Taylor-Joy.
Dude, I was like, Mario's a lucky man. But I was like, wow. Anyways,
wow.
But
waifu.
So we'll be talking a little bit about Mario. I will say that Suzume's coming out next week. We will not be talking about it because the episode will drop before the movie actually releases on Thursday evening. So we'll be talking about that the following week, and I'm trying to get something together. I don't even want to hint at what it is in case it falls through because I know that might make some people upset. But it's pretty cool. I might tell you in private, Rob. I think it's going to be a pretty cool episode. I hope I'm on this panel. I keep hearing about this panel. I don't know what this panel is.
Me too.
But yeah, you can find me there. You can find me on my own YouTube channel, King Tannic. Next week, my winter seasonal review is coming out. I'm covering all the anime I watched this previous anime season. And then
is that what I think it is? Oh, yeah.
And then I'm here. And I'm also on sometimes I infiltrate Rob's streams when he keeps me up late at night.
Too, exactly. But Rob, yeah, I've been waiting on a paycheck. Yes, this gin, she's going in the box.
Wow.
And Vicious Lips Blu-ray.
Ooh,
I love it.
So what is this panel though? Can I ask? I keep hearing about this panel.
You mean what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I'm talking about doing a panel show, like a show like the John Campea show.
Ooh.
So it's going to be a show. You know, we're going to do a show like that but different than the John Campea show.
Is it like going to be like a set? Is it like a theme? Like, is it like a movie show or?
Yeah, it's going to be a structured show, but it's going to be more of an op-ed, more of a debate discussion show, kind of like what we were doing tonight.
Oh,
you know, and you know, I'm putting what I'm going to do is I'm putting together a team, a strike force, if you will, of people, but it's going to be more of a focus on, you know, I've got a lot of industry professionals, and then look at that. And then I'm also going to be bringing on rotating out people, but I want to get like special guests, industry guests, and things like that. More because I like what this channel. Here's my dream. My dream was always that when John Schnepp, the late great John Schnepp, he was the first person that said to me, "You should do a YouTube channel." And I'm like, "Well, what would I do? What would I do?" And he goes, "Well, you are so passionate and enthusiastic about all this stuff. You know, your positivity and your delight for most of these things is something people would listen to." And he pointed out, he said, "You know, you speak a lot at Comic Cons and other different conventions, and you know, you work in the industry." And I'm like, I don't know. But when I that's what sort of like I did speak. Like I from the time I was a little kid, going to conventions inspired me because I would go to panel discussions and listen to professionals talk about their work. And it was always inspiring, whether it was authors, whether it was filmmakers, whatever. And I loved going to conventions. And I started going to conventions when I was like 10. And Seattle had a lot of them. And that's kind of what I've always wanted to do, is that I see the film pundit space as a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week sci-fi convention. And if you weren't watching a panel discussion, you were in the hallways of the hotel arguing about warp drive with a group of people. And having these, I remember meeting the first time, so between my junior and senior year in high school, a buddy and I saved up all of our money and we went out, we took a 2-week road trip to California from Seattle, and our destination was the 42nd World Science Fiction Convention. And I think I just turned 17. And, taking a road trip, a 2-week road trip with my buddy who was 16, and we went to San Francisco and hung out with my aunt at my aunt's house. Then we went to his aunt's who lives in Palm Springs. And then we made it to LA. And at that convention, I met a bunch of people that I'm still friends with now. This was in 1984. And I met Carrie O'Quinn, the publisher of Starlog magazine. And we were standing outside an elevator. I'm like, oh my God, you're Carrie O'Quinn. And we were just in the elevator, or we were outside this elevator, and we ended up having a 4-hour conversation. And people kept coming over and joining the conversation and then leaving. Somebody would say for 20 minutes or half an hour. And we were talking about like Ayn Rand and the Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, and then we were talking about The Prisoner. I mean, Star Trek. It was insane. It was so great, and I loved it so much. And I'm
imagining all this happening in the elevator. Like you blocked off an elevator for 4 hours.
No, it wasn't in the elevator. We were in the front of the elevator, and it was in. It's funny because going to WonderCon, like I was just at WonderCon, it was in the Hilton in Anaheim. It's the same place. When I go hang out there, I'm like, it's that building. I was there. The first time I was there was in '84. And 2 weeks ago, I was at WonderCon speaking on a couple of panels, in 2023. So it's been 39 years, wow. In the same place. Like I've been going to the same place to speak at convention or talk to that. Then I wasn't on any panels, but that's what YouTube is. Mm-hmm. YouTube is, and I think within the fan space, what people don't understand is, there are channels like Gary's, Nerdrotic, Gary Beekler. And I love Gary. And while he's not necessarily, presentationally, he doesn't do what I would do. But what I love about Gary is he's a San Francisco counterculture punk, meaning like punk rocker, alternative. And he's got a protest channel. He's screaming and yelling.
But he said that on his channel where he said, I'm going to review Picard season 3 and be true.
Yeah.
And I've been watching his channel for years.
Yep.
And he did that. And I saw that. And if he breaks it down, like, look, this is what I love about Picard season 3. If you want to nitpick on nerd stuff, that's fine.
Yeah, you can.
That's great.
Yes.
That's great. But that's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear the same BS with the first couple seasons.
Well, yeah, but what I find interesting is that Gary lately has been doing some really interesting videos, like these 15-minute long videos that are being cut by Perry Chan, like going into Victoria Alonso or talking about China's involvement and how Americans are trying to appease. Some really good stuff. He's doing some really great work. Well, here's the thing. All of these nerd channels, excuse me, all of these imagination connoisseur channels, they run the gamut and the spectrum, and you can like them or hate them. I found out in the Star Trek space, there's a lot of people who hate me and have a completely different opinion of me than I think I deserve. But that's fine. But that's what makes it great. So there's an entire spectrum within this ecosystem of fans. And I like everybody. I mean, there's a lot of people that people can't stand, politically or whatever. I get it. And there's a lot of people that don't pull their punches and they're impolite. Well, I get that too.
Rob,
But you know what?
Rob,
Then you don't have to watch them. But there's this
Well-
spectrum.
Well, Rob, you know, this is the interesting thing, because I don't know if you're aware of this, but like, I've been listening to podcasts for a long time, but like, for example, there are some people in the Star Wars fandom that have been podcasting for years, and it's the same kind of thing. They're not exactly, let's say, they fit in with the new kind of crowd.
Yeah,
And
sure.
there's kind of a disconnect. But at the same time, the people that have been listening to you and those, they know what's true.
Yep.
They know what's, like, we know. Like, you're a good guy. You're an awesome guy. So we know that.
Well, some people. I think it's not about being. It's about being authentic.
Exactly.
You have to be true to yourself. I mean, I think the key to this space, like you look at a guy like Joe Rogan, the reason he got popular is because he's got an everyman
Exactly.
quality, but he's smart enough. He just asks questions and listens.
Well,
And
and
he
that's a great example, because, like, I even remember I was getting into an argument with my wife. She said, "You're sounding like Joe Rogan." And I said, "Well, that's a little strange, because I've been listening to him since like 2007 or whatever."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, reasonable? So is what you're saying?" She was only basing that on like the last little bit, let's say.
Right. Well, listen, hey man,
Yeah.
I don't mean to cut it short, but I want to thank you guys for coming on. Israel, Binary Sunset. What do you got cooking? Anything?
I got cooking a few videos and a few things, but Rob, I got your gin coming. I've been waiting
Thank
on
you.
these
I
back.
can't wait. I'll put her.
What about this? You got Vicious Lips.
I'll take
Adrian
it.
Pume.
Love it.
Have you seen it?
No.
It's an Adrian Pume film. I just
Yeah.
got hip to, and
I'll watch it.
I'm somewhat obsessed with it.
Well, I would love to
Even
see
though
it.
it's not the
Well,
greatest.
Thanks for having me on, Rob. Is there to be a
Exactly.
midnight musing this weekend at all, like tomorrow
No,
or anything?
only
Or-
because Lael and are in London. They're
Okay.
at the Star Wars celebration. So I
Okay.
mean, I'm going to do probably another show tomorrow night, but
Alright, cool.
no midnight musings only because they're not here.
I got you. And then the member call next week. Cool. So
Remember,
we'll
call next
chat
week. There's
again,
Cape
Rob.
Pasa, PGS, and then we've got Let's Get Physical Media. But I'm going to be doing some Robservations. I want to thank you both. I'll bring some more people on too.
Yep.
Hold your horses. I want to
Talk
get to some
about
super
Rey
chats.
Skywalker, another girl who, like Princess Peach. Whew. Okay. All right, Myra.
Okay, gentlemen. Thanks for being here, King Tannic, Binary Sunset.
Later,
I'll
Binary.
see you later.
Later, Rob.
That was a lot of fun with these gentlemen, which was fantastic. So, and I don't know what happened to Lore, but he was there. So, so hang on a second. I'm there. If you're in the queue and waiting to get on, I will let you on. Let me just get through a few more super chats. Let's see. Silent Film, Free Enterprise, Let Me In. Chris Nimitz says, were you ever a fan of the big Seattle Grunge 4? Oh, well, being from Seattle, I mean, I would imagine, let's see, the big four, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden. Would you say Mother Love Bone? I don't know what, like, the four necessarily would be. Those are the first four that come to mind. I'm a huge fan. As a matter of fact, I wanted to make a movie about the Seattle grunge scene, kind of like a spiritual, it has nothing to do with the movie, but a spiritual sequel to Cameron Crowe's Singles. And at the time, people said, you can't make a nostalgic movie about Seattle, but it's been 25 years, so now I can. So I've resurrected that project, and we'll see if I can get that made. So Chris, I don't know. I hope that got that right. Mark Spector's avatar said, I wonder where Cypher went when he was reinserted into the Matrix. That's a good question. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm gonna be puzzling. I'm gonna be puzzling after that for years. That's very funny. Doc Savage, man of bronze, says a little off topic. Not on this show. Nothing's off topic. But have any of you ever seen Street Fighter Assassin's Fist? The best live action adaptation of anime ever. Interesting. I have not. But that doesn't mean I have not seen it. But I would like to see it. So, hey, by the way, one more time, we got Mike Castro's in the green room, call it that. And here is there's room for one more, honey. If you've ever seen the Twilight Zone episode 2022, there's the chat. If you have Google Chrome and a good camera or whatever, come on in. Willard's Chips says, Rob, did you ever watch the Italian coming-of-age movies Malicious from 1973, directed by Salvatore Semperi, and Armacord by Fellini? I have not seen Malicious. I own Armacord. I love Armacord. I have the Criterion Blu-ray of Armacord. It's a wonderful movie. I love it. I highly recommend it. Our man Thomas Logan says, the George Feltenstein Dieter Bastian commentary track of Free Enterprise in 4K will set the example. It'll be puzzled over, studied, and followed forever. Nice Seven reference there, buddy. That's why I love you. Will it? Will it? I don't know. Rain's Better Half says, The Hustler, Mildred Pierce, The Maltese Falcon are my top 3 black and whites. And by the way, how funny, Rains. Both Mildred Pierce just came out from Criterion in 4K, and The Maltese Falcon came out this week. Amazing. And of course, The Hustler, I mean, come on, Fast Eddie Felsen, you got to love that. Ghost Rider became a new member of the channel. Thank you for that. Ma La says, She-Hulk knew exactly what it wanted to be. Trolling. Did it? Come on. Ghost Rider says, I had to renew because I got a new card. I can't wait to see you in Vegas, Rob. I will be in Vegas. I'll be at CinemaCon. I'll be streaming with John, and there's a Star Trek thing maybe happening. There's all kinds of stuff happening. We shall see. Our old friend David Crabtree, who's done some amazing fan art all the way back to the John Campea days and John Schnepp days at Collider Heroes. David Crabtree was developing his own mech-based comic series. David Crabtree, USMC, Semper Fi. He's a great artist. Good to see you here, David. Thanks for becoming a member of the channel, man. Appreciate it. Rain's Better Half says 12 Angry Men also needs a mention. Henry Fonda, 12 Angry Men. Kino Lorber just released that on 4K. Shout out to Kino Lorber. Jermaine Sneed says, Rob and the crew made good points. Love cultural films, but studios won't take 200 million plus chances on minority actors in the lead of an epic without a popular IP to back them up, hence race swapping. Very true. That is absolutely very true. And it is true that they won't. Lore's back, but we can't see Lore. It's funny, I wonder if Lore is an AI, because we can't see or hear Lore. What do you think, Mike? Where do you think Lore is? Lore's in the background. Lore's having his mind stripped away from him by Data. But that's true, Jermaine. I mean, but I think you're right about that. But I would still like to see new voices tell stories. I think it's important. But yeah, I mean, look, to me, no one complained when Will Smith was the genie in the live action Aladdin. And he was great. I'm a big Will Smith fan. I'll flat out say it. Always will be. Gray L. Garrett sent in a $10 super chat just to support. Thanks, Gray. I appreciate that. Scooter Mattoon. Scooter Mattoon says, can you do Friday Night Tights now that you're not full-time with John? Also would love to, would that have been a problem if you were still full-time with him? Big fan. You know, I don't know. John only ever objected to me streaming on a different show one time. And, you know, I was on Friday Night Tights once before, but as far as Friday Night Tights goes, stay tuned. stay tuned with that. Pod Racing Palpatine says, I'm not saying they will, but I'm not saying they won't. Sit tight for Disney to announce Sith Lord of Speed, a Pod Racing Palpatine story. Dude, I would so watch that. One of the great, was it Nintendo 64? Was it N64 that had Pod Racer? I loved that video game. Loved it. Vixter 5001. Oh, I love Vixter 5001. Love her. She has great hair, by the way. She says, morning. Have you read Hugh Howry's Wool trilogy coming soon to Apple TV as Silo? I started it, but I need to finish it. I have a Wool hardcover, but it's not. It's like the first three because there were different novellas. Wait a minute. It would be. It's over here somewhere, but that's all I've read, it's not definitive. But so for those of you who don't know, Apple TV has adapted this trilogy, or it's a bunch of different novellas put together called Wool, into Silo. And you got to watch it. It looks great. Rebecca Ferguson is in it. I think it's going to be awesome. So we'll see. Let's see. Lord disappeared, and we've got Dan V coming in hot. All right. I got some guests. I'm going to throw them up. Let me put you gentlemen in, and I'm going to put you in, coach. We'll sing a song, or maybe not, but we don't want to sing this late. Probably wouldn't be good for anybody. But you never know. People might want to hear us sing, although maybe they wouldn't. So Dan, hang on. Let me just get you. I'll put you up. Dan's in the center square. Circle gets the square, and Mike Castro is going to be on the right side of the screen. Let me just hang on. I mean, I know you're watching me do this. You can't see what I'm doing, but trust me, it's amazing things are happening behind the scenes. It's absolutely stunning. It's incredible technology that I'm employing to make sure that your experience as a viewer is amazing. And hang on, give me a few more seconds. And hey, so we've got everyone. We've got Dan V in the center square, and we've got Mike Castro on the right. So first of all, gentlemen, welcome to Robservations episode 842. Late night. It's kind of a hybrid of Midnight Musings and Robservations. Dan V, where are you coming to us from?
I am from Duluth, Minnesota, so it is 4 a.m. here. We'll see how far I last tonight.
What the hell are you doing up, buddy?
Oh, I actually crashed on the couch, and I woke up. I'm like, well, I'm awake still, so I guess I'll make it here.
And Mr. Castro, where do you hail from, sir?
I'm in Beacon, New York, which is like it's a little bit above the city.
Wow, okay, above the city. So all the we have a wide range of America here right now.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. So I would ask you. Let's see. The first question I have. Okay, now I don't mean to ambush you with this, but our friend Sonny Dominguez. This is what he says. Sonny Dominguez fires in a tip, and he says, "Hey, Rob, how about a show about fucking? It can be both educational and entertaining. Interview people whose view of sex and approaches were shaped by cinema. My sexual awakening was through the movie Teen Wolf." Oh, that dressing room scene. Just kidding about the show. Well, that actually brings up okay, Sonny, I'll bite. That brings up a good point. Let me ask you guys this. When you were growing up, did you have nowadays we don't get Porky's. We don't get The Last American Virgin. We don't get Fast Times at Ridgemont High. No one understands when Phoebe Cates took off her bikini top in that movie when the cars were singing Moving in Stereo. It was, you guys probably don't even know. I'm too old. But we don't get any of that anymore. Do you think that the youth of America or the youth of the world is being deprived because we no longer have teen sex comedies as something people watch? What do you think?
I think that yes, they are, but I also think that from what I've seen, there's an indie film kind of underground market for those sort of movies that I kind of stumbled on by accident on Tubi, just because there's a lot of good indie film stuff there.
Yep.
And I mean, they're not. I wouldn't say I'd watch it to enjoy it, but I don't. They're not horrible, but they're not amazing. They're not Porkies, but it's indie filmmakers that are kind of carrying the torch of what those sort of movies did, and it's super low budget, tits everywhere, but it's kind of it's like refreshing because you're like, that's what they used to do. Like they used to just like not really care too much about being too absurd and just doing things that might be sexual exploitation or whatever. But
well, there was a company called Crown International Pictures in like the late 70s and early 80s, and I remember they were making movies that were a staple on cable, and we couldn't get cable when I was growing up, but you could get it by like, my parents put a satellite dish on our roof. It wasn't a satellite. It wasn't a dish. It was more of a radar. It looked like a radar, like the Millennium Falcon's, the radar dish in Force Awakens when it was rectangular. We had it on our roof that I could get a signal from Showtime where I lived. And these movies like Van Nuys Boulevard or The Van or Malibu Beach. And it was all just, it was a teen sex comedy.
Right.
That filled late night cable, and they weren't great. Then we had the more upscale versions like the Fast Times and like the Porkies and all that. And then as we got into the 90s and 2000s, the sex portion was taken away, and it was more like we got like Rachel Lee Cook and She's All That,
right?
Or 9 Things or 10 Things I Hate About You, or Cruel Intentions promised that, but we didn't really get it. Although I love Cruel Intentions, but because now with the internet, who cares? You can see whatever you want at a keystroke. So why would anybody want to watch, those kinds of teen comedies anymore? There's no place for them? Is there? Are we done?
I don't know if there's. See, I was all ready for like Star Wars, Star Trek, and then you spring this question on.
I know, right? Well, hey, we'll get back to Star Wars and stuff.
Oh no, I
remember
know.
This was Sonny Dominguez. It wasn't me.
I know. But to answer your question, I would say being as appropriate as possible. I know it's a bit filthy on here, but no, but like I would say we are deprived. But as you were saying, like literally you can find anything on the internet now. So
I think that's the problem.
Yeah, like so it doesn't seem like. You see that Phoebe Cates moment, and I saw the movie way too young, I'll admit. But like, you're like, oh my god! But now it's too easy to find whatever you're really interested in looking for. I would say even just expanding it to not just raunchy comedies like that. I know your favorite is you always talk about Risky Business so often, of course, and but it's like we don't even really have a lot of great, not even like teen sex comedies, but just romantic comedies now, to be honest. Like
I totally agree.
I would definitely recommend. I only heard about this movie because I saw one person post about it on Twitter. If no one has heard of it, it's called Rye Lane, Rye Lane on Hulu. I'm like, I didn't watch the trailer for it. It's like at a 98% with like an average rating of 8 out of 10 on.
Wow, I've never heard of this. What is it?
It's a British romantic comedy, which, like I said, it was when the For You tab finally worked for me, I will say. Like, usually I hate the For You tab on Twitter. And then it's like, oh, everybody should watch Ryland. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, I literally.
Wow, I got to tell you, man, I am excited. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's a British romantic comedy. Essentially, the premise is a man and a woman. They both just had breakups. They tell, like, the man, he was broken up with 6 months in the past. The woman, you find out, was 3 months in the past. They're introduced to each other, and essentially they spend the day together, and I'll just say they get into some shenanigans. The trailer, to me, spoils a meeting with what the man does. He's all stressed because he's about to meet up with his ex again, who cheated on him. And then and that's, I don't want to get into it because
it's called Rye-U, R-Y-E-U.
Oh no, it's Rye Lane. So R-Y-E.
Oh, right. Okay, right.
Yeah, it's on Hulu. It's 82 minutes, so I'm like, it's super tight, and I would say it flows like you shouldn't be bored during a romantic comedy anyways.
I mean, the thing about what I love about romantic comedies usually is the writing is so crisp.
Yeah.
Romantic comedy is only as good as the writing. And, You know, I'll even watch like what is that George Clooney movie like A Perfect Day with like Michelle Pfeiffer?
Is it One
You know,
Fine Day or
One Fine Day, yeah.
something like that?
Yeah.
Like I love that shit. Like
Yeah.
put it on, you watch it. I love The Holiday, you know, with Jack Black, and I will watch that stuff because it's comfort food. You know, you watch it, it's nice. You want, and I've seen When Harry Met Sally 100 times. I could recite the whole movie, and I think you're right. I think all of that's moved to cable.
Yeah.
You know, it's all gone, and there's a lot of that stuff. There's that Reese Witherspoon movie with Ashton Kutcher that I haven't watched, but like they switch places or they're living in different. I mean, it's the same, but there was a there's a writing sensibility that goes along with that. That Nora Ephron, Woody Allen had his New York phase with romantic comedies and romantic films, and there's you don't get that anymore. And there's great writing in that. You know, great wry, fun, comedic, meaningful, emotional writing, which we don't get much anymore.
And actually, it's another one on my list. I'd have to check. It's another like sex comedy, but oh my god, I'm forgetting the actor's name. I have to check on Hulu quick, but where it's about a young man actually essentially being hired as the gigolo.
Yeah.
That's like it's also like if you watch Rye Lane, that one it's on my list, so it's probably why it's still recommended for me. I haven't watched it yet, but yeah, I've heard that one's really good. But yeah, Rye Lane, I literally watched a couple nights ago, which was great. So I'm always nervous when I see a movie with like great reviews, and I'm like, oh, this better live up to, because you're like, okay, I intentionally for indie movies don't watch the trailers if I can help it, just because I want to go in fresh. So
sure.
that one lived up to the hype for me. It's like last year, completely opposite end of the spectrum. Did either of you hear the movie Holy Spider?
No.
Oh, that was a foreign film where it was playing at my local art house theater, and I check every week because a lot of times they have movies that are not marketed at all. Oh, sorry.
I've seen that trailer. I've seen a trailer for this. Is it good?
Oh yeah, it's really good. I will say the problem is that it peaks at the end of the second act. Like this, for just the premise, it's based on a true story with a journalist tracking down a serial killer. Now, obviously, in real life, she didn't actually track him down.
Yeah.
It's a split narrative between the serial killer with his family and the journalist trying to track him down. So, and this is a man who targeted sex workers because he was doing it in the name of his religion is why he was doing it. And I wouldn't have heard about it if it wasn't playing at my local art house theater last year.
Well, okay. Well, now let me ask you this. Okay, gentlemen, you want to get back on we've gone.
Yeah, we'll go on the tangent.
We've done our art house. We've done our art house thing. Now, first of all, Adrian Palma asks, have we read? Well, asking me, but I would ask you: have you guys read Quentin Tarantino's book Cinema Speculation that recently came out about movies? His thoughts on movies.
No, I saw the interview though with him talking to Tom Segura. About it.
It's fantastic. You got to read it. Jermaine Sneed has become a member. Now we get to Scooter Mattoon. By the way, thanks, Jermaine. Scooter Mattoon says, what are the worst Star Wars movies ever? And what are the two that aren't The Rise of Skywalker? So okay, guys, you wanted to be back. I mean, I'm just saying we're back. Come on, Dan. You want to be back to Star Wars. Let me ask you this. I mean, give me your rankings. Let's start with you, Dan. When it comes to Star Wars, what do you give me the rankings of your Star Wars favorites? There's no wrong answers.
There are wrong opinions, Rob. We all know that.
Come on now.
I know.
Not for me to say.
No, I know. One is Empire. Two, I know you will disagree with. I know it's Return of the Jedi. I know that's your most important moment of your life. Number 3 is A New Hope. 4 on is where it becomes tougher for me, honestly, just because 4, I will actually put Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
The reason for that is because I was an Expanded Universe fan, so if you read all the books and comics, like, oh my god, it's happening with all the Jedi. Even though if anyone ever watched that trailer, it spoils the entire movie. And I remember seeing that on TV. Yeah, the number 5 is going to be Rogue One. And then this is where it kind of becomes everything else. So, like, number 6, I'd put Force Awakens, but this is where, like, with the writing as far as that goes. 7, like I said, this is where it's going to be tougher. This is where I know they're better made films, but I just don't like the stories. I'll put
Sure.
7, Last Jedi, 8, Phantom Menace, 9, Attack of the Clones, then Rise of Skywalker at the bottom. But I prefer the story of the prequels, but The Last Jedi, it's hard to argue the acting and the way the movie is shot is, better on a technical level.
All right, well, then let's go to Mike. Mike,
Yeah.
before we start this conversation, what is your ranking, sir?
I'm definitely more Star Trek than Star Wars, but I like Star Wars. I feel like it's definitely starts with the original trilogy, but probably would be. I used to rent Return of the Jedi all the time, just because I was a kid and it was a VHS store. I liked the furry things, so I thought those were cool. So Return of the Jedi was always my first, and I know that sucks for you. I'm sorry.
No, don't say. You know what? It's not about me.
Yeah,
it's about my guests.
and I think next New Hope. I feel bad because Empire Strikes Back is the better movie, but just like I just have such attachment to the just whenever I'd go to the VHS connection, that's where I'd go, and there's our hometown video store, and I'd always get Return of the Jedi, and then prequels. I never liked the prequels, and I had diminishing returns on the new movies. Where the first one, Force Awakens, I'm like, finally, it felt more like a Star Wars movie than the prequels did. I'm happy. And then the second one came out, and I'm like, okay, it's mystery box kind of still. It kind of keeps kind of going down this hole. And then I'm like, but you know what? I'm going to reserve judgment because they must know where they're going. Like there must be, we must know who the Snoke is.
They must know who Snoke is.
There must be some answers where they are in on it and we don't know yet. And then the third one comes out, and like, are you shit? The first 5 seconds of it with the somehow the Emperor Palpatine returned.
The dead speak. You're looking at. I mean, if you think about like A New Hope, it is a period of civil war.
Yeah.
Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory over the evil galactic empire. I mean, this is great stuff, and you get to Rise of Skywalker. The dead speak.
Yeah. I feel like
come on, man.
With that, it's weird how in retrospect you could dislike movies when you see that they didn't know what they were doing for the previous ones. Like the third movie made me dislike the first two that I didn't mind that much when I saw it, but then knowing like, oh, they were literally guessing. Like now I don't like it as much.
By the way, I just have to say, For Shame in the chat says every time I hear Star Wars referred to as A New Hope, I throw up a little in my mouth. I gotta say, For Shame, I'm right there with you. It is called Star Wars. There's no such thing as A New Hope. It was always Star Wars when I first saw it. It wasn't A New Hope until the 80s. Fuck all that. It's Star Wars. It's not episode 4. It's just Star Wars.
When Empire came out, is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when they re-released because that's Empire. They're like episode 5. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That's also really confusing if you're. I mean, they're building the cinematic universe before that was ever a thing.
Yeah.
Like to come out like, oh, there's 3 episodes that you've never seen, and we're starting on number 4, and it's just that's such a weird concept, especially back then.
Yeah, no, of course, there's one movie I completely forgot. I'm like, oh right, Solo did happen, didn't it? I'm like, I would put that after Last Jedi, just because I don't like Solo, because I feel that it made Han. It's like, so everything you're known for, you did in 1 week. So you're the guy who won the state championship in high school, and for the next 10 years of your life, I won the state championship. Like, why are you still bragging about that, man? Like, that was 10 years ago. Like, if you watch Solo, and then watch Star Wars, you're like, so everything he did in like a week.
Well, that's Indiana Jones syndrome. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Everything.
Yep.
I got my scar on my chin. I became afraid of snakes, and I got my fedora in one afternoon. That's not that. I mean, look, I see that. Look, people are going to get pissed, but Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and for me, Return of the Jedi are kind of the same kind of movie, and Solo fits in all that. Although, you know, it's funny. I think that Solo as a movie is actually not bad. I enjoy the crime element of it. I enjoy Han meeting Chewie, but this idea that we have to, like, why do they feel that they have to shoehorn everything into one moment? Like, why can't, to me, if I was going to make a movie about something like this, Chewbacca could show up and they might barely know each other, because we know where the audience knows where the relationship's going to go. You don't have to, like, give the audience everything.
Yeah.
All you have to do is, if Han and Chewie, and they barely, even if the movie ended and they barely knew each other, you could have a nod where Chewie goes like, and Harrison Ford or Alden Ehrenreich could say, I don't know if we're ever going to work together again. I might never see you again. And and then the credits roll.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and I feel it's such a weird, you know, filmmakers today feel they need to explain everything right away, when really we already know where they're going to go, so we can extrapolate later, and it would be, but they feel like, oh no, let's explain it all now.
That's you know, Star Trek 09 in a nutshell is what that was. That the whole thing was just like we need an explanation for every single thing, even if they're wrong explanations. You know, why is the doctor called Bones? You know, and they're just kind of like throwing out things to get little nods to the audience, but really they're just jam packing these complex characters that became more complex as the movies went on. Like, they may not have initially started that way, but as the original movies kept going, we had this fully fleshed out cast of original series characters that we wanted to watch. We watched 6 movies of them, and even through the bad ones, I guess some people might not think there's that many bad ones. I just didn't really like the 5th one the most.
I understand.
Yeah. I like the opening. I think the opening was that.
The opening is great. It's all I have. It's a great opening.
Yeah.
Beautifully shot, very mysterious. Yeah, it's just
Outside that, but yeah, they just kind of cheat their way into getting people to care for. It's just they're using these shortcuts to get you to think that you care. And it's I think what you guys were talking about a bit ago that I think it's why I wanted to even join in, is like, I like or one of my big pet peeves is what were you talking about? It was about Jesus, I forgot.
The fact that filmmakers feel like they need to kind of dumb it down for the audience, and like, everything you know, we're just gonna do a reference for it.
Definitely that.
Yeah, I hate that.
Man, see, it's almost 5:30 in the morning, and I'm brain farting. But the Ghostbusters 2009, I'm trying to get my way around to it because they did it there too. Oh, here it is. Okay, it's basically when they have all of these, they kind of hit you with a bunch of dumb things so fast. It's like machine gun dumb things in your face. So in J.J. Abrams' universe, it's like, you know, having a little character moment, explosion, and then like just things start kind of pummeling on nonstop, and then the audience doesn't really. There's so much sensory overload. They don't really know. Oh wow, exciting things are happening. And in Ghostbusters 2009 or 2016, they just kind of hit you with rapid fire jokes all the time. So and people were laughing at these independently like interesting or just random things so they remember laughing in the end. They're like, oh, I laughed during that movie. Yeah, that was a funny movie. But like Ghostbusters was not that. Ghostbusters wasn't an ad-lib a minute comedy. Like it was
Ghostbusters is funny because it's character based.
Yeah.
You know, Egon and Spangler and this thing, like when Dan Aykroyd is so deadpan. You know, it's like when there was that the spiritual rip in the space-time continuum, and Egon is like, these fungi, it's funny because they're, and then Bill Murray knows that these guys are so far gone. They're so geeky. Like, he's only hooked up with them because he can meet like chicks
Right.
putting on their psychic act. And it's
You
really
mean-
fun.
You mean those women weren't psychic, Rob?
Oh, no, no. And but that's why that movie is actually really good. I mean, I love, like, one of my favorite comedies of all time is Tootsie, because it's situational.
Right.
You know, it's not a guffaw. It's played straight, but the situation becomes absurd.
I think we just almost like movies today. It's hard to find a creative filmmaker that will do that. Like, because like I mean, that's where I'm drawing a parallel to Star Trek 09 and Ghostbusters 2016. Is they're literally trying to cheat their way into getting the audience to think they're watching a good movie, but what they're actually watching is just like sensory overload, either of rapid fire random jokes that like might get like, you know, like, was it the My Cat bit where there was just like 10 minutes of ad-libbing cut down to a little scene with Chris Hemsworth where his cat is, or it's a dog named My Cat or something, My Cat. It was just a random sort of thing, but it's like, that's not, Ghostbusters was never that. And Ghostbusters earned its way into pop culture by its character-driven comedy. And you're just taking the name of it and you're plastering on this really cheap, not that funny, but the lowest common denominator might enjoy it sort of thing.
Well, you look, that is an incredibly astute assessment of the problems of our modern cinematic age. And you're absolutely right. I mean, to me, the thing about Ghostbusters is its sincerity makes it funny.
Yeah.
Like, nobody questions that there are ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that ghosts can actually exist in this world. I mean, we're all like, okay, they do. And once they're revealed, there's that great moment. There's a great piece of music in Ghostbusters. I think the song's called like Magic. It could be Magic. And it's when all the ghosts and all the spiritual energy is coming out and going over the city.
Right.
And it really is a moment of, like, even in this comedy, it's like, well, this is some scary fucking shit. Like, there's the spiritual rip, whatever Egon was talking about, has happened. And there's a moment where, because they have to make you believe that if the ghosts are just a goof, then the whole movie's a goof.
Yeah.
And you have to believe there's actual real peril. It seems funny to say that about Ghostbusters, but even though we get the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, that was only because Dan Aykroyd's character thought of it.
Yeah.
If someone else thought of it, it might have been H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu.
Or a Twinkie.
Or a twin. That's a big Twinkie. But it could have been. But it's funny. But at the same time, the threat is real.
Yeah.
And it's not a total just goof. And it's funny, but there's real stakes, and that's a hard thing to do. And I don't know if enough people these days are even aware enough to know how to do it.
Yeah.
In a movie.
I was gonna say that I think a big problem. I know everyone's gonna be like, it's the MCU's fault. I'm like, that's part of it, where we feel like it feels like sincerity is
You have to undercut
you
everything.
have to undercut something with a joke. And now I think people, they use the MCU too much as the crutch to blame, like it is the bane of all cinema, like right now with blockbusters.
Well, it's a symptom, I think.
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
the
because
cause
it's like,
of it all.
well, that happened, like,
Yeah.
and that's obviously Ghostbusters 2016, which that's just Paul Feig. If you
Right.
like watch his work, that's just how he directs. He wasn't influenced by the MCU, but I know people blame I know I'm wearing a Marvel shirt, but that's just because it's one of my more comfortable shirts at night. But
Well, I mean, look, I'm a huge staunch defender of the whole Infinity Saga.
oh yeah, absolutely,
I loved it. I think Endgame or Infinity War and Endgame are two of the finest fantasy films ever made. I'll put them up against anything. It's incredible that those movies work as well as they do. I am, and the reason I think the MCU worked well is because we believed in it, and it started with Iron Man. You believe that movie. You know, because Tony Stark has a crisis of conscience. You understand his motivation. His own company's weapons almost killed him. And even though he created Iron Man, you believe he's this this incredible character, but that it doesn't strain credulity. It doesn't. I mean, it asks you to believe in the Iron Man suit, but you do. Yeah. You buy that Iron Man suit, and at the end of the day, it's one man. It's mano a mano. One guy going up against his mentor, who's now fucking his company, or is an old uber capitalist. The world is not ending. It's two guys fighting over the soul of a company. One guy, this playboy who was at a crisis of conscience. It works. It's really good. It's really interesting when you go back and you watch Iron Man 1. It's shocking at how simple and elegantly told and that movie is. And it's amazing when you think that led to Infinity War and Endgame, and the fact that they pulled it off.
Right.
It's an amazing journey. And then I really think that Marvel's embracing of this multiverse idea was the worst thing they could have done. It doesn't work.
Yeah. Everything
that they had done and I think that they're realizing this, despite what happened with Jonathan Majors. I think they realize that you're going down a dead end, because the multiverse it's now become a comic book thing. Whereas the Infinity Saga, you could believe that there is an entity like Thanos somewhere in the universe that could snap his finger. Like, as fantastical as that all became, we believed it. Mm-hmm. When I watched Loki, the TV series, I'm like, they went too far. Yeah. The TVA and the miss minutes, I'm like, there's no more reality here. Yeah. And the reason that people love the MCU is they could believe that Captain America, the Winter Soldier, was happening outside somewhere. Nowadays, with the multiverse, all belief is out the window. And when I saw Thor, I hated Thor: Love and Thunder. Hated it. There was not one shred. I didn't believe it. I hated the character, the way Thor was portrayed. He was portrayed as a buffoon. Yeah. They made fun of cancer. They made fun of a man who lost his faith. You could do that exact same movie and turn it into an incredibly serious, deeply affecting superhero film that would have elevated the Marvel Cinematic Universe beyond where anyone had seen it go before. But instead, it became a fucking joke. Literally. I hated. I saw that movie in a theater close to here. I have never wanted to walk out of a movie more than I wanted to walk out of Thor: Love and Thunder. Not since I saw Shock Treatment 40 years ago. I hated that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I also hated Love and Thunder. I know one thing I'm kind of getting. I know comedy is subjective, of course. I am truly baffled that Love and Thunder has. I'm like, how did so many give this one the positive reviews over, like, Eternals? Obviously, doesn't, the character depth's not there. It really should have been a show. But I'm like,
although I have to say,
I like Eternals. Actually,
I do too. It's in a different way. I look at Eternals as, and by the way, that they've never caressed Eternals into the MCU at all. At all. They've never mentioned Arishem the Judge. The people are like, well, Rob, there's something on a website on She-Hulk where it says the Celestials coming out of the water. No one said shit about it. By the way, let me run something by you. I only read Adrian Palma's super chat about cinema speculation. He says, because I really like the book, it's really worth reading. It's highly entertaining. And he also received the Maltese Falcon, first time watching it. Also, Pathan is on Prime Video. Pathan is a movie I have not seen, but I really want to see it. It's another Indian film that people are talking about, I believe, if memory serves, like RRR, but I haven't seen it. So, Adrian, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I think that, by the way, the Maltese Falcon 4K disc, unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Is that a new release or is that?
Yeah, it came out this week.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Warner Brothers released the Maltese Falcon and Cool Hand Luke,
nice.
Both in 4K this week, and they are stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I just bought Train to Busan on 4K finally today.
Oh, so. Dude.
I've seen it so many times, but I'm like, it was $15. I'm like, I have to get it. It's too good of a deal.
It looks incredible. I love that movie.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be my favorite zombie movie. I know obviously the old George Romero movies, but like the original, or you have Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Return of the Dead, and
Yeah,
all
but
those,
I'm
I
with
love
you.
Train to Busan. Like I have not watched Peninsula because the reviews are like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Dude, I as much as I want to say I would, everything that Train to Busan does well, Peninsula does not do well.
Yeah.
I understand what they were
I
going
heard bad
for.
things.
It's
Yeah.
not good. I mean, I have it. I bought it.
Have either of you seen the zombie show Kingdom?
Oh yeah,
Like, yeah, that show is great.
it rules. Kingdom is a Korean period piece. It's on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really, really, really good. Really good. By the way, Jermaine Sneed just sent in a super chat. Thanks, Jermaine, and he became a member of the channel. So thank you for that. I just realized I'm like, it's 2:35 a.m. Pacific time.
It's
I started this
5:35 right here.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, I'll keep going. No, this
Yeah.
might be the longest well, it's not the longest Robservations ever. I did for like my 400 and 500 and 600 episodes. I went for 600 minutes.
Yeah.
I think I did an 11-hour stream or something, which was hilarious. But and apparently, we've got 746 people still watching.
Wow.
Incredible, which is great. There's people in London probably just getting up now and getting, or they're already at Star Wars Celebration, which is very cool. Which is, it's funny. Blue Sunrise says, these are gamer hours. It's 10:35, Vixter says in Britain,
Wow.
in the UK, 10:35. That means people, they must have opened Star Wars Celebration at 10:30, maybe. So people are there. I don't know what more news they're going to drop. But
I actually, speaking of Star Wars Celebration, I have an embarrassing, to tie it into Picard, Todd Stashwick story from 4 years ago.
Oh, are you going to tell it? Are you going to embarrass Todd?
No,
Try to get my,
it's me. It's not a long story. So I was at Star Wars Celebration 4 years ago, which was, I think, like the last in-person one until last year, maybe 2021. So Todd Stashwick, I watched 12 Monkeys. I watched the first 2 seasons, and then I still haven't come back to it, which is my
it's so
fault.
good. The end is so good.
I know. Especially with how they did season 4, like they just released over 3 days. So I still need to finish it. But that's like, I met Mark Ellis on the floor, Emma Fife, who I will say that was an awkward interaction with her, because I'm like, oh, you're Emma Fife. She's like, yeah, how are you guys doing? But I was about to go up to Todd Stafford because he was just walking the floor at Star Wars Celebration because he's a big Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
I forgot his name, so I was too embarrassed to go up to him because I'm like, I just blanked on his. I can't go up to somebody if I forgot their name. So I just walked with my brothers and cousin and just walked away. So that's my fault, because I literally just blanked on his name when I saw him walking the floor, and then he went to talk to somebody else, somebody random. But he seemed like a cool guy, just walking with people, just talking about Star Wars on the floor 4 years ago.
No, Todd's an amazing guy. He's been on this channel. He's been on a bunch of other channels. He's an uber nerd too, like a dyed-in-the-wool, genuine, from way back in the day. And he knows his stuff. He's a D&D. He runs a great D&D game apparently. He's such a great guy. Such a great guy. I met him like 10 years ago at a party, and he remembered me. It's funny. Then I remembered meeting him. Because I was working on a TV show called Femme Fatales, and he was a friend of Nikki Griffin's, this girl that worked on the show. And I'd forgotten that I'd met him, but he's just a wonderful guy. Really, really salt of the earth dude. Dublatar sends in a... it's funny. I don't know the names of all of these super chat stickers, but it looks like a super heroine cheerleader. Dublatar, this is a great super sticker. I gotta say, I really like it. But thanks for supporting the channel. Sports Sequence Reserve says, it's 2:30 a.m., Rob. You are a menace. Well, I mean, it is. It's great. But I started the show late, admittedly. Normally we start at 9, Midnight Musings. But this was a Robservation, and I didn't expect to go this long. But when I can bring on people I don't know are going to show up, you never know. It's a party, right?
I got back from a shoot, and I knew I was going to have a long night just dumping footage, and I had no idea that you'd still be. I turn on my TV, and there's still a live stream going. It's worth it. It's worth it staying up till 6 a.m.
Well, I mean, I have to say, it's there's so many new subscribers to the channel. I've been grateful for that. I've been getting so many people reaching out to me. But I mean, John Campy is supporting. He's sponsoring this Robservations, and the John Campy show can be seen on YouTube. You can also listen to it wherever you get your podcasts. So, John, if you're watching, I know you're probably asleep. You're getting your money's worth for your sponsorship tonight. But I've been streaming with John since 2015. This next week represents my 8-year anniversary on YouTube. When John Schnepp called me up and asked me to come on, I was on the 6th episode of AMC Heroes, and I didn't know anything about YouTube. So,
yeah, and I can say I've what is it? That's actually like I started watching AMC, so I watched every single Heroes episode, and it's real. I would have to go grab it. I literally made a list because like every week on Heroes, there was that point in time where we were like at the end of the episode or during the episode, you were like spotlighting a comic book or some story.
Yeah.
Like, oh, gotta write this one down. I know you always touted like American Flag.
Oh my God, I loved Howard Chaykin's American Flag. I loved Howard Chaykin. I still love Howard Chaykin. But American Flag actually was one of the comics in the early 80s that got me back into reading comic books. His art style and the actual story, I was blown away. I bought the first American Flag I want to say it was issue 8. And it was him walking by and he had a paintbrush and he was painting graffiti on a wall or something and America for sale. And I didn't know what it was. And I opened it up. And his art, his like 40s pinup girl art style, I thought it was the coolest comic art I'd ever seen. And that's one of the things that got me buying comics again. It was amazing. And so I love it.
With Howard Chaykin, I don't know, it's like the only people I've ever heard talk about this comic book. He actually wrote a comic book series. It's called like Hey Kids Comic within the last some years, and
yeah.
Where he does not, if anyone's interested in like learning about the history of comics, it's fun to figure out the analogs because you're like, oh, that's Stan Lee. And if you read that comic, Howard Chaykin has absolutely, it's not just Stan Lee, he skewers everyone.
Oh, everybody.
And
yeah, no.
Like kind of just going over the history of comics and creators, and obviously the thing with Stan Lee, he was the writer of all these great Marvel comics, but there's a reason why his collaborators had significant problems with him, which no one likes to bring up because then you would be denigrating Stan Lee, especially after his death. But I still remember Comic Book Girl 19 talking about like Stan Lee about it's all Jack Kirby, she was the one.
Sure. Yeah.
I was actually to ask. I don't know if Mike, you've gone to CinemaCon, but Rob, I don't know if you've mentioned it, but like. Plug in the GoFundMe for Taylor for getting him to CinemaCon. Where,
by the way, I gave Taylor $100 tonight.
Oh, right nice! Because I was thinking of actually, I'm like, I could actually do CinemaCon, but I have no idea how it works. So I'm like, would it be worth it for me to get a ticket for myself and someone else? Because I wouldn't be media pass or anything like that. Because I'm like, would I really get into a screening? Probably not.
Well, no, but so here's the thing. So CinemaCon used to be an event called Show West, which was for years. It was Show West, and then they changed it to CinemaCon to sort of capitalize on the idea of Comic-Con and all that. So CinemaCon is a convention that happens in Las Vegas in 2 weeks' time, and all of the theater owners, people that own theaters, exhibitors from across the world can come. That are going to book films, that show films, so it's for theater owners and anyone who wants to come. And so all of the studios come out and they're like, here's the movies, and they do presentations showing what they're going to have for the next year. And what I love about it is there's also there's a technology component where they have all the people that are showing new technologies, home theater technologies, movie theater technologies. And what I loved is I talked to independent theater owners, because in America we forget that, I mean, I've always lived in urban environments, cities, but there's a lot of rural communities that have like one theater. There's no mall or anything. And I met some great, the people that own independent theaters are amazing. And so going to CinemaCon and talking to them and listening to their stories about how, in my small town in the middle of Wyoming, there's this one theater and my parents have owned it for, it's incredible. And then of course the studio presentations, they bring out all the stars. It's promotional, obviously. Although they also will show, like last year they showed all of Top Gun Maverick months before it came out. This year they're showing The Flash. They're probably showing Guardians of the Galaxy. They probably will show Mission Impossible when they're there. So it's cool to see those movies early. And then every night there's parties and events and talking to people. So if you're involved, but it's expensive to go. Like it's like $1,200 to get a ticket or something. And it's at Caesar's Palace. And here's the thing that's kind of messed up. Caesar's finally caught on. So this year, like they were charging, like any hotel does for a big convention, like $600 a night.
Right.
And it's Vegas. And the whole point about going to Vegas is you could get great rooms at reasonable rates. So we were staying at Caesar's. We can't do that this year. Yeah. But it is a great event. But it's only a great event if there's a reason, like it's too much money to pay to just go see movies. If you have a real reason to go and you're covering it as a journalist, or you just want to go to Vegas, but it is a lot of fun, and it's really exciting, and people are willing to talk. I've met a lot of studio people. Like I would run into people with John, publicity people that knew who we were, people that knew John, people that knew me, people would stop me. And it was really interesting because the YouTube has replaced modern media. The people, TV you get 5 minutes, but the people like Joe Rogan are having conversations with people for 3 hours. I've been online since I did, this show started at 10:30? So 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. So we've been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Like, who does that? And so it's a whole new landscape, and people want to talk to you. And the studio, like something happened this week that I think is it's a watershed moment in terms of in the YouTube pundit space. The Critical Drinker had Russell Crowe on his show.
Yeah.
And they reached out. I talked about this earlier today. They reached out to him. He has over 1 million subscribers. And that was sort of a tacit approval from studio marketing or whatever, that there's 1 million people he has 1 million subscribers, and a video like that might, and it'll live there for a while. I don't know how many views it's going to get. It'll be interesting to see analytically what happens. Yeah. But the fact that the studio went to the Critical Drinker, that's an amazing thing. It's definitely a shift in what's going on in terms of this kind of marketing. So
you see a lot of the toxic fandom conversation kind of gravitates towards like Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic, and the fandom menace. That's what they kind of like pin it as. But like, I would love to see. Well, I'd love to see people not being characterized as things that they're not, and I'd love to see like Critical Drinker kind of getting his due, and not just being written off as like some. I mean, the smears, like all right wing, whatever. But it's like he just is critical of things that you might like.
I just think that, like, I've streamed with him. I really like his channel, and I think he has great analysis. He does a great job breaking down stories. And for me, I sort of, my default position is to be bemused. Mm-hmm. I'm bemused by the world we live in. I'm bemused by YouTube. I'm bemused by people I meet on the street. And and if you take an attitude of humanity is very bemusing, you know, you're never going to be disappointed. You'll have a smile on your face. It'll all work out in the end. And I think that a lot of people are too, like, when you really think about it, they get too precious about things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gonna be okay, man. It's all gonna be okay.
Yeah.
Concentrate on what you love. And you know what? If you don't want to be triggered by social media, just turn it off.
Yeah.
Just leave. Don't go onto YouTube. Don't go onto Twitter. Go build a model, which I've done.
Yeah.
You know, I'll go build a model spaceship and it'll be fine. I won't go on. Well, I don't. I love social media. I love all the interactions, all the craziness. It's fun.
Yeah. But one thing I'd say, which is because we were talking before about niche audiences and kind of like losing kind of like franchises or just movies no longer can really target a niche audience just because is that profitable. But like you look at YouTube and all of it is niche audiences. Like you can find like literally just anyone.
It's amazing what you can find on YouTube.
Name a mental illness, and there's an advocate who has their own corner of the internet that's all they talk about. Like it's just really, really specialized, specific things where that's their whole persona, and that goes to every corner of everything, board games, anything you can think of, and it's just that I guess that's where, because I was wondering, are we ever going to get niche properties back? Can Star Trek ever become niche again, or does it have to become for everybody? Because I would prefer niche, and that doesn't mean gatekeeping. I just would prefer that it become a focus, like this is what it is, rather than you have a cartoon one here, you got this one here, you got this one. Like I would like Star Trek to be Star Trek.
I think that they've completely diluted the brand, and I think that they are. Look, Star Trek should be the Tiffany science fiction brand,
right?
And what they have done, and I understand in an effort to turn a profit and all that, they've diluted the brand and they've turned it into McDonald's.
Yeah.
For what, like we got Prodigy, we got Lower Decks. I mean, look, the thing about Lower Decks is a show about people that watch Star Trek.
Yeah.
Lower Decks is like being at an annoying sci-fi convention where everyone is trying to out-Trek one another. And I understand what McMahon has done. And while you can say that the actual stories they've concocted are pretty damn good, I can't deal with the whole I'm so much smarter, and like every time they make a reference when I watch Lower Decks, I'm like, I already know that. I get it. Why am I, why, how many times in a half an hour or whatever do you have to explain to me how much you know about Star Trek? I get it. It is so, I can't watch Lower Decks.
Yeah.
It's so like, if they were to make Lower Decks a story that doesn't reference Star Trek every 2 seconds, I think it could actually be a great show.
Or even if it was just doing the same thing but not living within an IP. If it was his own original thing and commenting on a Star Trek type show, but it wasn't living within the world saying this is Star Trek,
I mean, I can't. I that show I have to turn off after 5 minutes. And I understand a lot of people like, I'm in on the joke. That's me. I get it. I can't. I'm like, I can't. It's
I think that's a lot of that's what member berries are. Like that's really what a lot of that stuff.
Well, it's funny because Picard doesn't have member berries. Picard has people that lived in this universe that 30 years later they're still in the same universe. Where Star Trek Lower Decks is like, see how much we know about the Star Trek franchise?
Yeah.
Aren't we cool? And it's like, God, do I have to hear every single episode? I can't even deal with it. I'm like, get to the story. Please do not give me another Star Trek reference. Oh, you just did.
Yeah.
Because in the Star Trek universe, nobody would be referring, like I don't walk around and go, let me tell you about Eisenhower's speech at this place or what. I don't do that. When you're in real life, you're not constantly referencing the world you live in.
Yeah.
Whereas Star Trek Lower Decks, that's all it does. I mean, and yet to be fair, it does tell some great stories. It does, but I can't get past the delivery system.
Yeah.
It makes me want to punch myself in the face, to be honest.
Yeah, that's going to your like niche idea is Zach Stentz on Twitter, who I know you know very well, Rob.
Oh, yeah.
He proposed on Twitter. It was within the last couple of days, like, oh no, actually it was yesterday. I would have to look at this specific tweet, but talking about how is Star Wars becoming niche and can filmmakers?
I read that. Yeah.
Yeah, can they go to being? If it's gonna become niche again, you can't do the $300 million budget anymore.
Yeah.
You'd have to do 80 to 100 million, and that something they're comfortable doing in the future. And I'll never forget though, I know obviously Rise of Skywalker at the box office made over $1 billion. However, to me, the one thing that has never been harped on with Rise of Skywalker, I think people focus too much on the dip from Last Jedi to Rise of Skywalker instead of in the exact same time period. And I just double checked Box Office Mojo. Joker, a rated R film that did not release in China, made $100,000 more than Rise of Skywalker. That's all. To me, that's all you need to know. Is like a Joker, which obviously had a lot of backlash before that movie even came out.
Much smaller budget. Like what was the budget?
65 million.
Yeah, and WB was like paranoid it was gonna fail, so they split the distribution, which was a horrible mistake on their part. But like Joker made more money than a Star Wars movie.
And
that's like, and that's even if you take the obviously budgetary wise, it was gonna make more anyways. But that's all you need to say to somebody is if you just look at the simple numbers. A Joker rated R film without China made more money than Star Wars: Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
The culmination of what should be the saga. So
well, and I would say, you know, again, I hate to say it because people think, I'm sure J.J. Abrams is a really nice guy, and I appreciate that he wrote regarding Henry and he's been in the Hollywood scene because of his family his whole life. But I have to tell you, that kind of failure has never been. He has to. It's his fault.
Yeah.
You know, and the Star Trek franchise, those 3 Star Trek movies that he made never made money. They never earned out. And I've been people like, well, are you kidding me? It made $500 million. I'm like, no, it cost. How much did it cost to market? I mean, how much did Into Darkness was a massive failure. Star Trek Beyond was worse than that. And I like Justin Lin. The thing about Star Trek is you don't spend $200 million on the movie. You spend $100 million or $125 million and give us the Shawshank Redemption, not Star Wars. You know, and that's the thing. Star Trek is not the kind of like, and I think about movies when I say I equate it to Shawshank Redemption, I don't mean a prison movie. I mean that a Star Trek movie can make you feel. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is, you know, it was made pretty cheaply, and it's about mortality. You know, it's about facing death, and sure, you have the two protagonists, Khan and Kirk, never even are in the same room together, ever. And you look at that, it's a bottle show. It's really well produced, and that's what Terry Matalas did. He had to pull back and be like, okay, I don't have the money to go on location. I've got to come up with a story where I can be on my sets.
Yeah.
For a genius move. The thing that Star Trek Picard Season 3 is not getting enough credit for is how well it's produced.
Oh no, yeah, I'll be honest. Because of Red Letter Media and yourself, Rob, with Picard, I'm not watching the first 2 seasons. I've heard too many bad things. And then you were touting Picard Season 3 before anyone else, and then Red Letter Media. I watched the first. It was like the first 4 episodes, so I could watch their review. And they're like, "You could go from all good things to Picard Season 3." I'm like, "That's exactly what I did." I have avoided the Next Generation movies. I know what happens because I just you search what happens. But to me, like it's like you mentioned earlier, it's all about character. Like Worf's, evolution is a character where he says he's a pacifist and he's deadpanning these lines, but they're genuinely funny because he's not like doing a meta joke like the conversation where they talk about how, I've gone on many adventures with lovers and it's therapeutic. Then he gets cut off. I'm not going. oh, good, I was practicing deceit. Like, that's funny.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
one
like
of the
it's
best moments
yeah,
of
yeah, like they're awesome, and
yeah.
obviously Jonathan Frakes as Riker's amazing.
Has never
and,
been better.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
I know for me, like the first time I heard his voice, and of course, I did love when he's like, when obviously his wife and she finally gets to come into the picture, Counselor Troy, and saying, "Oh, why did I tell you that word?" And then she tells him the other word, and
Yeah.
like the first time I heard their voices, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this, was in the Gargoyles animated show, like because I would watch reruns of TNG on TV,
Oh, yeah.
and then I'm like, those are the people I heard, Demona and Xanatos. I will say it took me way too long with the Gargoyles TV show to figure out, wait a minute, Goliath is, because you're a child and you don't think about it, that Goliath is the main character, the protagonist. His villains, David and Goliath. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, it was just David and Goliath, one of those, the flips, which when you, obviously with the Bible as that story, but like, you're like, wait a minute, that's just so, how did I not, like, because they say Xanatos over and over, you never think they're saying David and Goliath.
Oh, yeah.
Like, with that, but yeah, like, it has to be built in the characters. It's actually the movie I tried to watch again before I fell asleep on the couch. That's what put me to sleep. Last Jedi, I'm like, I'm gonna try it again, and then I'm like, oh, I can't do this. Like the mom joke, and I'm on hold right away. Just
that is so bad. It's so bad. And I'm a fan of Rian Johnson. I love Brick. I like Brothers Bloom.
Amazing. He directed the best episode of Breaking Bad with Ozymandias.
The Fly. That's right. Oh God, that colloquial humor. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem with like a lot of properties and blockbusters, where when you use that colloquial humor, it dates it so badly.
I
like
know.
with Star Wars, it's sorry for the mess. Oh, I'm fine now. How are you? Like, that stuff holds up to this day, 40 plus years later.
Yeah.
And it just,
who is this?
Yeah.
Boring conversation anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And that's gonna be. I know people who like the sequel trilogy, and that's awesome if you like it. I don't, which, hey, we all have different opinions. But I know my big problem is, I shouldn't say my big problem, an issue I will say is people who are defending, going, oh, 10 years, people are going to come back around the sequel trilogy. I'm thinking to myself, no, they're not, because the colloquial humor is a problem. To this day, actually, the thing that bothers me, I don't know if anyone else remembers this, the London premiere of Force Awakens, and I've already seen Force Awakens at this point. Unfortunately, like 2 days before Force Awakens came out, someone in a completely random video it was about Pokemon of all things, spoiled the whole plot of Force Awakens. They saw it early. So I was too good of a reader. I wish I could have looked away faster. But at the London premiere, Kathleen Kennedy says on stage, everyone at this premiere is going to be back for the next one. And I'm like, well, Harrison Ford's there, and Max von Sydow's there.
Yeah.
So is there a flashback in The Last Jedi? Because, and then I'm holding out hope watching Last Jedi. So they shot a flashback scene with the big three, right? It will have no importance because Han is now dead. I still can't believe to this day how you don't have one scene of the three of them, but that's
such an agree. I mean, that alone is something that's. And by the way, Max von Sydow, you have Max von Sydow for like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
I mean,
I believed Kathleen Kennedy. I'm like, oh, she says they'll all be back for the next one. I know Max von Sydow dies, but I guess he's in a flashback scene, and it just didn't happen. Like, the thing that bothered me a lot, though, is if you criticize that idea after Force Awakens came out, a lot of people came out of the woodwork. I know they, like, people in just random Facebook groups attacked me and said, oh, well, we already got that movie. I'm like, what do you mean we already got that movie, the big three? We've never seen them old together on the big screen. What do you mean we got that movie already?
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? So that was, and hey, Mark Hamill at Star Wars Celebration 2016, which everyone ignored. I remember when he was incredibly critical of how he felt lied to with his role in Force Awakens. And then for way before Last Jedi ever came into being, he was so critical of his role and saying, how does Han die with people he's known for 10 minutes? No one addressed it because they all people liked Force Awakens. So they're like, oh, Mark Hamill's he's just joking around. It's like, no, he wasn't. He did a whole hour panel in 2016 talking about how bad it was.
I mean,
And no one cares.
he was done so dirty.
Mhm.
By the way, the only person who was done dirtier was R2D2.
Oh, that was
I mean,
bad.
like R2D2, who was like, oh, he's got a tarp on him. It was so, oh god, gentlemen, I am gonna call it a night.
Yeah.
4.5 hours has been a great stream. Actually, what was it? 4.5 hours? Yeah, 4. Yeah, 4.5 hours. 10:30. I want to thank you both for being here. Thanks for coming on the show.
Yeah.
But I'm going to turn it back over to myself, and I'm going to end this stream. And I want to thank you both for being here. Let me ask you this. Do you guys have anything? Dan V, do you have anything you want to promote?
Oh, I don't have anything to promote. I was a guest on a podcast, but it ended. So I wish I had something to promote. I have nothing other than I appreciate you bringing me on today, Rob. It was awesome talking to Mike as well. So
It was
I
great.
appreciate it a lot.
Mike, do you have anything you want to promote?
We have our YouTube channel, Journey's End, which is horror shorts and also has retro trailers that we make and edit and
Nice.
stuff like that. So yeah, we have that's what, and I have a horror short that I'm currently working on that's in the works. Don't know what's going to be done. It's found footage. I'm learning as I go. So we'll see what happens.
Hey man, congratulations for doing that. We come back again and show it.
Oh yeah.
know?
As soon as it's a thing, and I know it doesn't suck, the internet will know.
All right, we'll bring it back. It was great to see you both. Thanks for coming on Robservations. Very much appreciate it. And I will let you both go. And I guess it's back to me. So, gentlemen, thank you for being here. And I will disconnect, which is great. I mean, it's great to have people. What a long stream this has been. But you know what? Not as long as the Echo Base Network stream that they did for 9 hours. I want to thank everybody for being here. I think Tom Jr. Jackson, he just sends in another super sticker. Tom, I promise you I'm going to get off the air. John Cross says, hey, Rob, I booked Caesar's Palace through CinemaCon's website and got a rate of $224 a night plus tax. God damn it. Did you guys try that? Or as Dieter says, God damn it. No, I did not. John, that is a great thing to know. And by the way, staying at Caesar's rules. Their rooms are great. It's so much fun. I think we have to walk 10 minutes. But you know what? I mean, with the bad food I eat and the amount I drink, walking is always a good thing. So, but really, John, damn, that's good. Well, find me and let's have some whiskey together. There's a lot of great places to drink. El President Camacho sends in a $20 super chat. Thank you, El President Camacho. What a great name. And you always come on in and gives great super chat, and then you never say anything. I feel like you should ask a question and I should answer. But yeah, I want to say thank you for this. What a great stream. This was so much fun. Look, I just want to give a shout out to my normal Friday night compatriots, Lael Rockwell, the 1/6 scale man. Go to his channel, subscribe. Positive Fandom. Go subscribe to her channel. And it's great to have them. I miss them. I wish I was in London. I got my passport renewed this year. I'm ready to go. As I've told people, Tango Shalom, the movie that produced and edited, is opening. It was going to open in June. I think it's in September. I am thinking about going to Europe and doing a Robservation Nation international trip. I might have to crowdfund it. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I kind of feel weird. The only reason that I could crowdfund a trip like this is on the John Campea show, we did a 100 million view party and we rented out a theater and got ticket. We charged people tickets to pay for the theater, and it was great. It was so much fun. And I was thinking, I mean, I can't ask people to fund my trip to Europe. But if I could make it a thing and rent out venues or go and then actually do Robservation shows live with people that came in, rather than what we saw here. Literally have people come on and sit right next to me, and I could interview people live. It'd be hilarious. I don't know if I should do that, but it'd be fun. That's what I'm looking for. It really comes down to you guys. I mean, what do you think? I don't know. But this was a great stream. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank Tom Jr. Jackson for sticking it out. He's a great moderator. And remember, Tom is the man who coined the phrase that is the unofficial, I mean, together we are one is the official motto of the Post-Geek Singularity. However, all of you know that the real motto is we are all goof people. And our moderator, Tom Jr. Jackson, it might have been a typo, but we are all goof people. No truer statement has ever been made. So thank you, Tom, for that. The Robservations occupation tour, says Tom. That's hilarious. I don't know if Justin Toner's here. Probably not. But I want to thank everybody for generously supporting the channel. It's amazing via super chats and tips and memberships and all that. I can't thank you all enough. And, you know, as a personal note, the outpouring of support that I've received, you know, I just want to say that John Campea is now supporting the Robservations. And let me give him a shout out. Just hang on to make sure that everyone understands. Episode 842 of Robservations is supported by the John Campea Show. And you can find the John Campea Show on YouTube daily, Monday through Friday, or find the audio podcast version wherever you get your podcasts. And I want to thank John Campea for doing that. So it's great. So there you go, John. Thank you for supporting the channel. But, you know, I mean, I think we live in a great time, and it's amazing to be part of a great community. And I have had such an outpouring of support, and it's really been heartening. So thank you all. Thank you all to the new subscribers. And I hope, you know, you like this channel, and there's going to be more different things coming, and the channel will expand. But it can't expand without the viewers, and I want to thank you all for watching. I hope you get something out of it. And remember, Post-Geek, if our website's hung up, it'll be back online soon. But you can send me letters. By the way, I didn't read any letters on the stream, and I apologize. I will tomorrow, or actually later today, and on Sunday. So you can send me letters. It doesn't cost anything, at postgeeksingularity.com. And I love reading letters on the channel, and I do. And on that note, I would like to say, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I say to everyone, have a better night, have a better day, have a better weekend, and have a better life. Life's great. We're here a short period of time. It's a lifestyle choice. Let's have fun, man. And to that, cheers, sláinte, l'chaim, happy Pesach, happy Easter. For those of you, I wish everybody who celebrates Easter a very happy Easter. You know, it's a great time. And I think I'm optimistic. So cheers to all of you. Thank you for watching. What a great stream. Couldn't have done it without you. And I will be back later tomorrow. And you know what? Maybe a Rey Skywalker movie as she's building a new Jedi Order. Maybe it could be good.